Hi, everyone. Okay, it says we're live. I hope we are. So yeah, I'm doing some writing sprints tonight. Oh my gosh, that's the last day of NaNoWriMo. I cannot believe it. But I have a few friends coming in throughout the night, so I'm hopefully we'll go strong until midnight, and you'll see some familiar faces pop in and out whenever they're available. They're just going to come in and write with us. So that's really fun. Yeah, so if you're here, sound off. How are you? How are you? Hi, Cache. Aren't you still in, in another live? Can't wait to get these words in with y'all. Hold it down till I get there. We will. We will hold down the fort. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we are going to YouTube. I just saw just pulled it up on my phone, so I wanted to make sure that we were pushing to everybody. So yeah, once you get here, let me just put up question one because that is and shout out to Cache and Britt at Britt Riderly. They have the questions during their sprints. And it's just a lot of fun. It's like kind of promotes engagement. I love it. So yeah, I'm just gonna pop question up one up there, and so answer whenever you get here. But yeah, what I'm thinking, last night the 30 minutes went very well. I feel like the 30-minute sprints. I mean, if we want to go longer, we can, because like I said, we're gonna be here a while. So if anybody has any preference of how long the sprints could be, just let me know in the comments. But yeah, we're gonna kind of. Oh, hi, Shomla. How are you? Hi, honey. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. It's because we haven't had an Uncle Rick live show in forever. I feel like, oh, I can't wait to talk to y'all this week. Yeah, so I'll have a live show tomorrow for my book club. It's been 2 weeks since we chatted with my book club people, and then it's been forever since Uncle Rick live show too. So I miss everybody. If I don't have a live show a week, I feel like I don't know what to do with my life. So it's been forever, so I decided to go live every single day this week except for Friday. Oh, goodness graciousness. Alrighty, so it says 10 people are watching, so sound off. Who's all here? As I'm waiting for my other co-hosts. They'll probably be here shortly. Oh, RM just messaged me. I'm on my way. No worries. No worries. Let me just message him really back. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. My holiday was kind of interrupted by sickness. My husband got sick, so we were supposed to go to the dunes. If you've known or been on my channel for a while, you know that we go to the dunes during the holiday, Thanksgiving holiday. And we didn't get to go this year because my husband was sick, so I was taking care of him. And yeah, that's about how my holiday was. And I'm feeling super congested. My allergies are supposed to be getting better because I've been doing I went to see an allergist. I got all these allergy shots and allergy meds, and this is how I sound on a daily basis. And I'm like, ugh. But thank you. I hope your holiday was great as well. 4 days. Yep. 4 days. Just boom, boom, boom. Hello. Hello. How are you? Hi. How are you? You both, I don't think I've seen either one of you on my channel before. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I love RM sent this little penguin gif where he's like running. Yeah, it feels like I haven't talked to you in a bit, but I think you've been busy with it. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a writing month, not really a reading month. And it's like you gotta shift gears. You gotta take the reader hat off and put the writer hat on. And it's so yeah, I've been focusing on that. So I hope he is too. Honestly, like not yesterday. Sunday, he left for a job, so it's like he's sick and he's also working. Ugh, it's not good. It's not good. My poor, poor man. But okay, so oh, yay, Hoeathon! Hoeathon is starting tomorrow. I'm so excited. Hi, how
I'm so
are you?
sorry. I'm late. I'm so sorry.
You are fine. I told you whenever you could come on. So I have one lovely co-host. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Literary Fairy. I'm never on. I usually am on Twitter. So that's where I am. Oh my god! Hi!
Look at you! I've never seen you before.
I know. I'm never on anymore. You look amazing.
Oh, thank you, because I felt like I was looking at me like, damn, I didn't even get dressed or nothing.
No.
You know,
I need a haircut. Jesus.
I didn't try either. Don't even worry about it.
It's been no shave November for like 6 months. I haven't got a haircut.
6 months.
Yeah. I've just been lounging around. I was like, I forgot that I had work today. And Nicole was like, we're doing a sprint. I was like, oh shit.
I love how you liked my message where I said I was going to be sprinting, and I just took that as kind of like, hey, wishful thinking, maybe you'll be there, and like tagged her and everything. Her picture is in the thumbnail. She's like, when did I sign up for this?
I looked at this and I was like, what is this? Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to be as big as it was. When you asked me, I was like, oh, okay, like we're just going to hang out.
No,
and then I get the graphic and I was like, oh,
I know.
I'm now a face of this event operation.
Oh yeah, like that's how I felt. I looked and I was like, you know, I don't. When is this?
So Aaron knows this. Like, if I put you in the thumbnail or if I tag you in a post, you have to be there. It's just.
Yeah, you have.
What was I gonna do? Not show up? That I look like a diva? Exactly. Then everybody would be upset with me.
I know.
I've done that to Aaron a couple times. I'm like, I didn't know if you were coming, but now you are, I guess.
And then I have to read the book or whatever. Yeah, prepare and do the homework in whatever way.
I was speaking of Hoeathons. I just got back from the post office, but I went to the Dollar Tree and I was like, I'm gonna get these poster boards and I'm gonna literally make like a bingo game and decorate that shit. I'm gonna be like, all right, I have it. I have everything.
You're going hardcore on Hoeathon.
Yeah, I got pencils, I got bows, I got everything.
Oh my god, I love it. All right, RM, introduce yourself to the people who don't know who you are.
Wait, there's people here already?
There's 10 people watching.
You did not tell me that. I thought it was in the back. I came in like a wrecking ball now. I think about it.
Sorry, we're live. That little red square in the corner that says we're live. Yeah, we're live.
I'm so sorry to everybody who thought that I was actually somebody cool, calm, and collected. Hi.
No. He is.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you that we were live. You would have just been calm the entire time.
I guess I should have figured it out because I was mentioned, and then I was like, wait a minute. If I'm getting messages already, that means I can be seen. Oh God. Wow, I just went through my whole no haircut, everything. I'm so sorry to everybody. I apologize. Thank you for being here. My name's Aaron Virtues. I'm an author. And that's it, really. I don't know what else to say.
That's it.
That's a pretty big.
I know. Whole published author here. Everybody's social media links will be in the description box for you. So go down there, and we do have a couple of published authors that are going to be in the sprints tonight. So click on those links, buy their books, support, love it, put reviews out there. Aaron, go for it.
Oh, I am Aaron. I run a small YouTube channel and a small Twitter account. I mostly these days talk about Harlequin books and just make noise on Twitter and at the authors, of course. So far they haven't told me to go away, so I'll take that as a win.
I
I
don't
love that
think they
intro.
would ever tell you to go away because you're reading their books. Oh, 1,444 words left to win Nano. Nice.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
I feel so honored you asked me to be here because I am a person who ignores all my Nano emails.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'll be writing and then I'll be like, it just left me. I'll come back to it. I still haven't finished my Christmas gangbang.
Oh my god.
Well, hopefully.
Oh wait, is this and it like not safe for work live? Could I?
Oh, it's a Nicole live. You don't have to
Okay.
worry about it.
My channel is not suitable for children. I've already put that on there. Yep, it's legit. You can say, do whatever you like.
Are you sure?
I mean, have you seen my Hoeathon TBR? Like, I'm pretty sure I said everything that could be said.
I know. I was watching this in public and I was like, oh, Nicole's so cute. And then all you hear is her reciting everything. I was like, oh no.
I should put that like somewhere, like not suitable for work, earbuds, something.
I would never open anything Nicole sends me in public. Ever. Not a picture, not a message, nothing. Because either the meme is going to be embarrassing or the sound I make is going to be embarrassing. So I do not ever. I see a thing from Nicole and I'm like, all right, I'll see you guys in a minute. I got to go behind the building, down the block.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why.
That's so terrible. That like has literally never happened.
Well, I didn't say it was terrible. I just said it's not safe for anybody to be around me at all.
That is true. Yeah, no, like I was loving the sweater, the Christmas sweater, and she has like an angelic voice. And then the things that were coming out of her mouth, I was like, let me go ahead.
Exactly.
An angelic voice, and I sound like I feel so congested, which I am because my allergies. But yes, I will. During the first sprint, I will put a link for the Hoeathon playlist in the description box for you. So I will do that in the first sprint. I will try not to forget. We support No Shave November.
Oh, good, because I do it year round. Sometimes I get
Not just
my mustache,
November.
but other than that, we just kind of go with the flow.
Rated mature audience over here, for sure.
That's good.
You need a disclaimer for any Nicole. Just assume that anything from me is not suitable for work.
Yeah, I think that's safe.
Just get a shirt that says NSFW on it.
Yeah.
Truly.
All right. So yeah, this is question number 1. Feel free, anybody in the comments, to go ahead and type that away. We're gonna go into the first sprint. What do you guys want to do? 30 minutes?
I can do 30 minutes.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with 30?
Yeah, I'm good. 30.
That works.
Okay. Because I know literary fair. I know you're going to work, so I just wanted to make sure that we were.
I cannot believe you. I can't believe you.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's why she was like, "Wait, I'm doing this. I have to work."
What time you go to work?
4:30. So I have a little bit of time.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm eating. I'm sorry. I gotta eat before I go.
She's got 30 minutes, basically, is what she's saying. She has 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Literary. I know you got to go. You have to leave.
That's okay. I got 5 more minutes. I promise.
Okay.
Where do you work? Next door?
No, I mean I said I was gonna be a little late, so it's fine.
Fine. I'll be there tomorrow. I'll be a little late.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's fine.
So how did everybody do?
So I was laughing. I was writing it, and then I realized I forgot how many reindeer Santa had. So I was like, oh, I had to like Google it. So I was like cracking myself up. I was like, okay, I gotta be serious. I need to write this.
Serious work here.
Serious. Did you sing the song?
No, I was like, nobody wants me to sing. Mm-mm.
I saw you counting at one point. I was just like, it could be tentacles, it could be people.
I know. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna write this like Christmas erotica, and then I was like, wait, who am I forgetting? I was like, we got Vixen, Cupid, and I was like, okay, let me Google it. Yeah, I did okay though. I didn't write a lot, but I got the format I wanted down.
Good. RM, how'd you do?
I sat here staring at the screen. Jesus.
Darren?
Yeah, so well, because I've been pantsing this whole new project I'm not supposed to be working on. And I finally run into that moment where I'm like, oh, I kind of need to know what happens next.
Yeah.
So now I've just been trying to figure that out, and it hasn't come to me yet. But time will tell. Time will tell.
Okay. Aaron?
I made some progress. I've got to end this chapter though. It's coming up on like 30 pages, single spaced. It's
Like
the idea of it, the block of it in my head wasn't this long, but it's just turned out this long. So
it's like he's got to end somewhere. Gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little less than 400 words. I honestly feel like this is going to be like a novella. I don't think it's going to be like a full length novel. I feel like I can wrap it up pretty quickly. I probably have 1 or 2 major scenes and then I can wrap it up. So that's exciting. I might, maybe, fingers crossed, finish it.
Nice.
Maybe. But we got Deidre here. Hi. Thank you so much, Deidre. And Bree, the wonderful Bree. Bree says she's catching up on stuff. Nice. That's what we're here for. You don't have to be writing. You could be reading. Any kind of productivity, schoolwork, anything you need to do. You don't have to be eating. Eating, yes. You can just have us on while you're napping. That's fine too. Venus here. I saw someone else here. Alicia's here.
Hey, Alicia.
Shay is saying best. Oh, she's working on Best Served Cold, which is her adult thriller, and Blankets in Burglary. I love this title. I love it so much. I cannot wait. Blankets in Burglary. I love it. Trying to finish, and They Live Happily Ever After. I feel lied to about this book. Oh no.
Oh, that sounds bad.
I know. Was the hype? Was it too hyped? Or honestly, I haven't really heard a whole lot about this book.
Me either.
Technically helping a friend by watching their Zoom presentation, so that's all. I'm learning a lot. So yay!
Yay!
That's awesome. So nice to help out. All right, so I have more questions.
Okay, where is it?
And you have to go to work.
I really don't want to go.
Call out. It's fine.
No.
I'm just kidding. Go make your money.
Oh, is this? Are you doing this till midnight? You said.
Yep.
So I'm probably gonna pop on after work. If you're still here, I'll probably be like, "All right, it's fine. I get off at 10, so I'll be here." 10 to 12.
Wait, midnight. Whose time? Because I know you always forget about us on the West Coast.
I'm going live until midnight my time, so it would be 11 o'clock Pacific time. 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Time.
Oh, okay. So that means I will be here for an hour. Yeah, because I get off at 10, which is
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock my time. We're all in order now, which I feel like, I think Cachet said this yesterday on the live. She's like, that's how it should be. Like, we're all in order, like, by an hour. I feel like that's just how it should be.
all right.
Too. I agree.
It's not bad.
So, but yeah, so we'll be here for another hour when you get off. So,
all right.
so is good, and you know, I get my second wind, which I feel like I am because I got my monster. We could go forever.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll still be
I do have to work
because I'm up late, so whatever. But you know.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll probably wear my Christmas gear because I don't know why, but I'm the only one at work wearing all my antlers and everything. But
yeah, my Savage onesie should be here by 7 o'clock. So
okay.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna have to take a break to go get a wardrobe change at some point.
I love it.
It's acceptable.
All right,
we'll
I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna come back.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
She's just so cute. 373.
Oh,
So
nice.
nice. So
Oh,
close to 100,000. It's so close. Oh, 515.
15. Woo.
Nice. I wrote 80 keywords in present tense because I'm oh no.
No, that does not make you a dummy. That's actually that I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Yeah. Honestly, that happens sometimes before I catch it. I mean, I don't think I got a full 80,000 words before I caught it, but I've maybe like a whole chapter before I caught it. But honestly, I'd be like, you know what, you're present tense now. I can't change it. I'm not going back.
Oh, I did. Book 2 was in present tense for the first draft, and I changed the entire thing to past tense.
Oh,
for my readers. For my readers.
Is it because
You're welcome.
Is it because people prefer past tense, or
Yeah, that was really what I was getting a lot of, was that everybody would prefer it to be past tense if it was third person. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
True.
Until I did it.
Oh man, that's a lot of work.
No regrets.
Oh. Adrian just finished M6. I'm thinking it's my, because Y and 6 are next to each other. My financial aid presentation, so now I can read. Yay!
Nice.
We're in it for the long haul, Vina. Everybody grab a drink and a snack. First year. Oh, okay, you're answering the question. First year doing NaNoWriMo. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of work to do, but oh gosh, I'm sorry. That's a lot of work to do to change that.
Well, I finished it. I just didn't sign up for the thing, so
I was talking to Allie.
No, but I'm saying, like, I finished it. I just didn't sign up. So I guess
but you mean for Nano?
For
Okay,
Nano, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys should have, because you didn't either, Aaron, and we could have been buddies.
I know. I like making my own spreadsheet. I
know.
I like living on the edge.
Yeah.
Mainly because I feel like if the moment I would have signed up, all hope of me finishing would have been out the window.
I liked it when I was ahead, because the first couple of weeks I was ahead and it was great, and then these last couple of weeks I was like just dwindling off, and the further and further you got behind, it's less satisfying. So I'm like, I'm gonna do this more.
Yeah, but it's fun to do catch up. It's fun to just you gotta hustle.
Yeah, do that last sprint. Cachet, she said she's attempting 10,000 words today, so she's got it. Nina, trying to finish this book so I can start the buddy read tomorrow. Yeah, I'm waiting for the book still. And yeah, like in the Voxer chat, I am super smart and forgot to put our buddy read into my Hoeathon TBR. Yeah, that's it's not new. If it's not a new thing.
Always giving yourself extra reading.
Exactly. I didn't put any of my book club books in my Hoeathon stuff either. To be fair, most of my book club stuff is cozies this month. so it's like not really Ho-ish material, but yeah. Okay. Want to go right into the next sprint?
Yeah, if you're ready.
Sure, I'm ready.
I'm gonna
You
be off
ready?
camera for a split second, but I'll be back.
Do we want to do 30 minutes again?
Sounds good.
If you want to
Sounds
keep
good.
it,
I'll have to put a pot roast in the pressure cooker at that
we
point.
can go
Okay.
longer or shorter. I don't care.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We have an hour timer. I mean, shit.
You want to try 45?
45? Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it. All right. Our first long sprint of the night, 45. Let me get that timer up.
Mainly because I'm gonna need the first 15 minutes to do what I gotta do. But you know.
Oh, yeah. True. Okay. Oops. Timer was used. Okay. Ready? Catch up. Come on. There it goes. Okay. Ready? Go.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your
Hey everyone. How was that? Hey.
I walked into my kitchen to do something, and then I ended up washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen, and then I walked back. And so
Very
now I'm
productive.
still doing developmental stuff on this project.
Got it.
So fun.
Very productive though. Nice.
How did you do?
Yeah, I went and got the dog food out of my trunk, so I brought it in. Then I made dinner, and ate dinner, and wrote 314 words.
Wow, you were super productive.
Feel like I was.
What'd you make?
I just made it was like a grilled cheese sandwich, only with like this jalapeno artichoke dip. That's the stuffing part of it. It's pretty good.
Fancy.
So bougie.
I made hamburgers earlier.
Hamburgers are good.
Yeah, they were all right. I think I did okay. My brother liked them, so I'm gonna take his word for it.
You didn't eat?
Yeah, I did, but
Okay.
I thought they taste. I thought I didn't season it enough or something, but he said it was okay.
Aaron, how did you do?
I got that chapter finished, so I think I kept it under 30 pages. So
Under 30 pages. Hallelujah.
But yeah, so happy to move on now from that.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Got the pot roast in the pressure cooker. I forgot to start 4 hours ago, so the Dutch oven option was out. So
Dang. But hey, it should be good. I have never cooked anything in a pressure cooker, but I feel like it's.
Oh, they're great if you need to cheat. Like you can cook a whole chicken in half an hour.
Oh, that's nice to know. I'm so scared of cooking chicken. I just don't trust. I had one bad experience with raw chicken, and I was like, I don't care, don't want it. Unless that is deep fried, I don't. We're not doing chicken. So sorry.
And that's all it takes sometimes, you know. Okay, who came in during the sprint? Deja came in. Aaron handled this question nicely. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, we'll be going until midnight. Also, Britt came in. Hi, Britt. Thank you for joining us. And then Emma's here. Hi. So, yeah, we do. For the question, yes, I have participated in NaNoWriMo before. I've participated almost in every one since 2017. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Next year, y'all got to make usernames on the website so we can be
I'll
buddies.
do it next year. Actually, I probably won't even wait till next year. So because we've got like the camps and stuff that come out. What is it, like February or April's one of them?
Yeah, April and
is it July
or March and July. I can't remember. It's April or March. I can't remember. But yeah, and then in the summer, yeah. Camps are fun. They're not. I feel like they're not as stressful. We talked about this during the podcast recording. We talked about this. Like they're not as stressful because you can make your own kind of. It doesn't have to be the 50,000 words.
Which is what writing should be every month. I feel like it's just what you do. That's the idea.
518, Alicia.
Nice.
Good job. Kate, 507, finished chapter 59. Wow, so many chapters.
Nice.
That's a lot of chapters. 392. Oh my gosh, you're so close. You're going to get it in the next sprint, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to get it. So exciting. So exciting. Oh, Okay. Another question up. I feel like that 45, maybe because I was like cooking and eating, it went by super fast. But do we want to do another 45? Do we want to do 30? Kind of a shorter one, or what? What?
I will abstain because I'll probably have to leave to eat dinner with the fam.
Okay, no problem.
During the next one, so or here soon.
Here soon. RM, what do you think? Another 45? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
RM likes the longer sprints.
Well, that's what I'm used to with the word makers. We go 40.
Yeah.
And also you have to remember I'm ADHD, so it takes me at least 10 minutes to get into doing whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing.
That's true.
I mean, a warm up period.
A warm up. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like every time you gotta get back into your groove of how you were doing stuff.
Exactly.
Okay. Emma said something. I have fallen in love with the enemies to lovers trope. That's a good trope.
It's so good.
Oh.
I feel like it's hard not to like it.
I feel like Emma's reading my mind of what questions I have to ask y'all during the sprints tonight. She's peeking in on my mind here, Emma. Alrighty, so we are just gonna head right into it. Aaron, whenever you have to go, head out. It was nice seeing you.
Yep.
Come back whenever. We're here.
I will come back at some point.
At some point. All right, everyone. We're just gonna head right into this next 45 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. That 45 minutes also went very fast. And we were joined by Bree. Hi.
Hi, y'all.
How are you? Introduce yourself. Go.
Hi, I'm Bree. Thank you for letting me do this because this was my first NaNoWriMo attempt and I didn't legitimately participate. Like I didn't set up a website or nothing like that. And I
Nope.
struggled, y'all, like all month. I started projects and I'd get a little bit in. I'm like, no, this sucks. Literally yesterday, I was at the coffee shop doing school. I finished with school and it just came to me. I was like, you would do this like the last day of the month. So, we're on a roll. So when you sent the message that this was happening, I was like, you need to spend a little bit of time writing. So, yeah. How
I
have
love
y'all
that I love that you got it finally, even though it was the second to last day. The fact that it finally like clicked for you, that's great. It's never too late. And I know you're not skipping over the entire fact that you co-host a podcast. Like, let's not do that. Like,
it's like Christmas season, so I'm having to like watch movies to be on other podcasts and talk about movies. And I'm like, y'all, I'm trying to write my own book. Publishers are asking for books by people of color that are set during the holidays, and that's what I want to write. There's a time limit on this, so
this is my time to shine.
needed. So thank you.
But yes, Bree is one part of the Categorically Romance podcast. Aaron and I have done a few episodes. The latest one was ours, right? That you posted on the 24th?
Yeah, y'all were our last Wednesday episode and we talked Nano.
We did. We talked NaNoWriMo. I also talked a little bit about RM Virtue's book here.
She talks about you every time she's on the podcast. So it would not be a Nicole guest host if your name was not mentioned. Just saying.
I mean, if I had to talk to her every day, I feel like this is fair. But she also knows that even though I give her shit all the time, when it comes down to it, I'm very protective of Nicole.
Yeah.
So
it's so hard to like. She's just so lovable.
I know.
You have to talk to me. Like I'm forcing you to talk to me.
Sometimes it feels that way.
You're holding me hostage with your memes.
Exactly.
Okay, I just realized.
Cool. And then I open my messages and it's a meme, and I'm like, never mind. It's past.
Never mind. What were you saying, Bree?
I just realized that you posted this question, so I was like, "Oh, this is what people are responding." Okay, I love this to write. Okay, did you two answer before I came on?
No, I haven't answered yet.
Okay, what are your favorites? Like, because y'all are way more experienced at this than me, so I'd love to know yours.
RM, go.
Why do I have to go first?
Because the host always goes last.
I don't know. To read. Oof. Obviously, like I basically read and breathe horror. Most of the time. So I'm always into the like found family.
Yes.
Like the the group of friends that are actually like, it's not a group of friends that like, wow, we're forced to be friends with Danny even though he's a dickhead, like, but like the four friends that are actually good together. Like you don't have one that you always have to rope in and keep tame, because I'm not trying to tame nobody. Like, you're not my son. Can you move on? Like, yeah, so the good friends that are like, we're basically on the same wavelength, and then something bad happens, so now we have to deal with it or whatever, know. And then in romance, I feel like, probably older woman, younger man would be the trope that I would pick.
Yes.
To read. That's my thing.
Okay. So you love to read horror. Do you watch horror? A lot of horror?
All I watch. Yeah.
Really? Okay. So what are some of your faves?
Horror movies.
Yeah.
So I usually, well, right now I watch a lot of YouTube, like other people's videos, just because it seems more realistic, even though you really can't tell if they faked it or not. So that's kind of trash.
Why have I not looked up horror on YouTube?
I don't know. Why wouldn't you? And then
Why did I
TikTok too,
think
because
about this?
TikTok has some creepy videos. Like,
Oh God, like the one you sent me.
yeah, so that one, though, that was kind of the basis of the book that I'm writing now, which is going to be a horror book. So now I'm trying to figure out the logistics of that right now. But like, so my favorite horror movies probably this. We'll say this year because there's a lot. But like, I guess my favorites would probably be like Jeepers Creepers is one of my favorite.
Yes.
I really love that movie. Um, I also have kind of played around with like a plot similar to that, just like the you were passing by and saw somebody dispose of a body, right? And now
Yeah.
you're in some trouble. But like there was Host, which came out on Shutter this year or last year, and it was a pandemic movie, so it happens on Zoom, and it's basically they're trying to do a séance through Zoom, and one of those asshole friends we were talking about gets vindicated. But it's a really good movie. It's like 56 minutes, and it's so good for being 56 minutes. I was so surprised. Like,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
yeah, the whole thing takes place over Zoom. It's shot over Zoom, everything. So it's pretty good. Um, and then ooh, I guess like classic wise, I'm a big fan of Michael Myers. Obviously, that's my man. Um, Halloween Kills, I loved it. I loved every second of it. Um, and then shit, like I mean, like Hannibal Lecter is obviously probably my favorite villain of all time.
Uh-huh.
My first romantic ship was Hannibal and Clarice Starling. Like, we'll stand by it till the day I die. Like, that's my dark romance ship forever.
Stories.
Yes, because in the book they end up together. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they were cowards for not putting it in the movie, but whatever. I love that book. Um, I think that's those are the ones that I can think of right now. I'm sure in 10 minutes I'll be like, wait, but
There's
yeah,
more.
What do you think it is about? I'm sorry, I'm like stuck on. I love talking to other Jeepers Creepers fans because I love it, and I've never really been able to say like, what is it about this movie that's so good? What do you think it is about it that it's
it's
just so good?
well for
And like
me
it,
because
it
I've asked myself
stands the
this
test of
too.
time. Like you can
Because
watch it 5 years
right,
later, it's still good.
oh, I watched. There was one week in October where I watched it like 3 times in a row. Like just started it over, started over, and I'm here thinking it's just background noise, so I'm not gonna pay attention. I'm gonna write. No.
You're
It's
focused.
me doing a commentary on the movie 3 times in a row. So, but it's just because okay. So I remember when I first watched it, and when I say when I first watched it was meaning when my family first watched it, and I was in the room and I walked out
Yeah.
when they got to that part where he's the scarecrow, where the scarecrow disappears and he's in the cornfield, that
Uh-huh.
lady's house. I walked the fuck out. I was like, I'm gonna go into the kids' room and watch whatever cartoon they're watching because I'm not doing this with you.
I gotta go.
So then it took me a little bit longer to rewatch it myself. And I think I actually saw the second one before I went back to watch the first one.
Oh,
Because
okay.
even though the second one is still really good, it's not as scary, I guess, because you see
Yeah.
him the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
you know what he is already. You know
Yeah.
as much about him, whatever. So it's not as scary. But the first one is like you don't know, you don't realize this isn't a man until very late in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you think he's just a dude the whole time
Yeah.
until like closing the end, whenever he gets hurt, gets up, and there's a wing.
Yeah.
Which I think that's the thing is because that whole time you're thinking, oh, we're dealing with a serial killer. Like we're dealing with, you
Mhm.
know, he's coming after you because he knows you saw what he did.
Yeah.
And even that moment where they have the fingertips, like the fingerprints on the door, and it flies away. Isn't that the most fucking terrifying thing you can think of? Is
Oh
that
my
there's
god.
evidence and now there's no more evidence because now you're
Yeah.
like, what? Because that actually happened in the Zodiac case, which again I was also very very obsessed with as a child. I don't know how nobody said we should take him to therapy at 14, but they didn't. So I was very obsessed with that. But in that case, they find a fingerprint in the taxi cab murder, and turning out it wasn't his fingerprint. Like he had fake fingerprints on, or he was wearing gloves and it was a smudged fingerprint, whatever. But seeing that, and you're like, yeah, we got this guy. We got a fingerprint. We got this guy. No, you do not. And even if you did, you're gonna wish that you didn't.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that whole thing is like, one, the pacing is great. Like the pacing is so great. It's never boring.
No.
Like shit starts happening immediately.
Yeah.
Because they have those 2 points where they're on the road with him, and he almost runs him off the road twice. And then the whole him dumping something down the drainage pipe behind a church. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was a church. So because that would have been you would have grabbed me with that anyway. Because like as somebody who's recovering from organized religion, I'm very into the imagery. So if that alone, so yeah, and then I didn't even know it was a church until like later. But you see it. So he's down in this drainage pipe, and there's the Sistine Chapel of bodies stitched to the roof.
Yeah.
What would you do if you turned around and saw that above you? Like you're just tying your shoe. You're like, yeah, okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna get out of here. And you turn around, and this man has spent how long putting this shit on the roof?
Yeah. There's Darla and her boyfriend, the urban legend.
Yeah, them too, which was so also. And I'm like, this guy's gonna walk out of here, no evidence. Nobody is going to believe him. Because I immediately would have been like, I'm gonna take this ring and I'm gonna prove it to them. Because I know, because I had a class ring, so I'm thinking his name's on the side or something, whatever. But then you're like, you go through this, and I think too the acting. First of all, like that kid can act. Like the kid can act. What's his name?
Justin Thoreau.
That's his name.
Yeah, I think so.
Justin Long.
Justin Long. You're right. Yeah.
Because he's in comedies usually, and I love him in comedies, but like he can act. Like his acting was tremendous.
Yeah,
like,
I think it was like
he was just like this the whole fucking time. He was just shaking, like he legitimately saw that. Which again, he probably did legitimately see that, and maybe they didn't tell him what was going on the set. Because I would have.
First time they see like the special effects makeup on the actor was literally on set, and it it freaked him out, and that was his literal reaction.
Right.
But I remember that's like the first time I saw him in a movie, and then later on I saw him in comedies and stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the range on this guy, the range.
Yeah, because he did Accepted, and I loved Accepted. I thought it was the funniest shit alive, and then. Going back and watching that movie, and I'm like, dude, like no wonder he's never done another horror movie, because I would have been traumatized too.
He's like one and done.
Like he did amazing. Like he's shaking the whole time. The cadence of his speech.
He's like,
he's really scared. And then his sister, like they were a very good pair because she was scared too, but she gets scared angry where he gets. So she's fight and he's flight, like basically that's what it is. So they were a very good pair, because if you would have had two people who were both fight, you would have just been like, this isn't even like, what are you guys gonna do? Really? Like I feel no remorse for you getting killed. But if they're both flight, then you're like, well, we wouldn't be in this predicament to begin with, because you'd have left.
Right, you would have just spent the time running, and there would be no movie. And she was super like protective of him, like as a family, like that was her brother. So it's like you really believe that on the film, like
that was the next thing.
That was her brother, and she was terrified, and she was going to save him.
Because one thing like I've noticed in other horror movies, like forgive me, but every time I'm watching a horror movie with other siblings, and they're like, he's taking him, and I'm sitting here like, let her go. Like I don't like I get that's your sister, but that's not my sister. Just let her go.
Yeah.
Whereas in this movie, I was like, don't you fucking dare, like you better go.
Yeah.
Right now. And he's like, don't you be a hero. And I was like, yes, now somebody do something, anything, please. But it was just that thing is like, and also like they kept the casting so tight. Like there's two people for most of the movie. Like those are the two people you're focused on, and then the lady, which also was funny because the psychic, she's pissed. She is so pissed that she saw this in her head.
Yeah.
so mad. You can tell that like this black woman was like, I'm not helping these kids, and then had to do it because like it's
Her
in her.
conscience.
Yeah, like it was in her soul. She was like, I can't not.
Yeah.
Me, I'd have been like, because as soon as you told me you're fucking crazy, I'm like, all right, well then deal with it. You're
Good
fucking
luck.
Deal with it yourself.
Did you
And
see
she
the cats
still
yet?
showed up.
Did you see the cats?
Yes, yes, yeah. And then she's like, why are we even talking to her? Why couldn't you see an exit, bitch? If you start yelling at me like that, I swear to God, I will throw you to him,
Right.
and we will never have to have this conversation again. But it was like, yeah, she's following them, she's helping them, and I'm just like, because that scene in the jail when you finally realize what he is, like legitimately what he
Yeah.
is, the sounds that he makes,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
just the
Chill.
whole that. Oh, but that's
The
what I just
rattling noise when he's like
Yes.
eating one of the inmates.
And then
I
the
can't not
inmates
hear
are
it.
like help, please,
Yeah.
like help. And you're like, I can't talk. I don't want to say anything and startle him, but please, for the love of God, help me.
Yeah.
Like it was just so good. I don't know. Like the whole thing was a masterpiece. You know, I really, really, really loved that movie.
Yeah.
It did turn out the director was a piece of shit. Like he was like a child molester or whatever. So they took him off the movie for the rebirth or whatever they're doing next year.
Uh-huh.
Which everybody's still kind of like, do we even bring it back? Blah blah blah. Like I don't know what they're gonna do. It looks like it happens inside, like they're inside a building stuck with him. So I'm not sure because the bus worked. Like them being stuck in the bus until the end, that definitely worked. And then like, but obviously that was a lot. I didn't think they'd be able to pull it off with that many characters, but they actually did a pretty good job. I don't know about the whole Oracle thing. Obviously, you had to have another psychic, I guess, but it worked. Like they made it work in a way that was like it was just as scary as the first one.
Yeah.
Even if it didn't have the same, because obviously it didn't have the same impact because you already knew what he was. But like it was still for a sequel a very good follow. I don't know what happened to the third one. I don't. I liked it to some extent, but I didn't love it.
Yeah.
It happened. The whole thing happened during the day, and I'm just like, okay, well, what?
Yeah.
Go inside. Like, what are you doing?
Noise.
Like, why is everybody
Third
out?
one did not feel like a Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, it was definitely like a Lifetime movie or a TV made for TV movie, or you know what I mean? Like they just kind of dropped it off somewhere.
He wasn't Drag Me to Hell.
The movie of 1,000 jump scares.
Oh, was it?
Oh, I saw that movie like one time. Oh gosh.
He was also in Tusk, which wasn't horror so much as dread, I guess. That was a weird movie.
I haven't seen it.
Don't.
Don't.
This guy literally turns him into a walrus. Like, I can't explain it to you any better than that. Like, I'm not. It's body.
Tusk? That makes sense.
He morphs his guy's body into that of a walrus. I can't even explain it to you. Like, I can't believe I watched it with my own two eyes. I cannot even explain how depressing that movie was. It was so depressing.
Oh my god.
And the ending is not better. The ending is actually worse. Like the ending is like, I cannot believe y'all did this to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
someone pitched this idea and someone else said, yes, let's go with it, and it was made.
that's exact. It was it's one of those movies where you're like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
And why? And then you kind of walk away from it and you're like there's no lesson to be learned.
No, it was just depressing, sad.
Yeah, it was very depressing. It was super depressing. But yeah, Jeepers Creepers, loved it to death.
But it's an in-depth moment on RM.
It's a movie taken apart of Jeepers Creepers, which
exactly.
I mean, we're talking about storytelling here.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And you need to know those. Those are the beats. So if you want to watch a horror movie that has the tension down, that has the beats down as a like to pacing, like when your big moment should happen and what those medium-sized moments in between the big moments should look like, that is a movie you should definitely watch. Just because it's like the beginning, so the part where nothing's happening is literally 5 minutes. It is 5 minutes of setup, And it's perfect setup because again, it's two characters.
characters.
You know them in those 5 minutes. You know everything you need to know about them.
Yep.
And then you just go into the action.
Yeah.
And everything after that is terrifying. Just terrifying. Like you're sitting there. This man is telling you there are hundreds of thousands of bodies underneath the old church. And then the next call you get on your radio is the old church is burning down.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what the fuck? Like,
And
what is-
Derry was so pissed. He's like, and he even knows my name.
yeah.
With his pink underwear, like
never
his
forget
underwear
that
that
line.
was colors.
That was a really good impression of that. That was because he picked up his underwear with his name stitched to him. He was so mad. He was so mad.
It has so many good one-liners. Like
Yes,
the
he
old lady
does.
with the cat. She's like, "That's not my scarecrow."
I feel like for a horror, there was a lot of good one-liners.
There
in there.
definitely was. There definitely the whole first, like that's what I was saying. Like the sibling banter.
Yes,
That's what makes you believe they were siblings.
they were
They
so.
were having these conversations, like you know what I
Playing
mean. Like
games.
Yeah,
yes, I loved it. That
They were
stupid
legit
game,
family.
yeah. Like, and he's so like you can really tell like they love each other, but they're very different.
yeah.
She's obviously like the oldest, so it's like you feel that
You can
bond
tell right
between
away she
them.
was the oldest. Yeah,
And then she's like, you just want to see if there's something nasty down there.
Yeah.
And he's like, what if it was you? What if you were down there? And I'm like, I don't care. I still want to go home. What the fuck? It's not me. And then she's like, I'm not getting off. And then they go and he's like, hold my feet and slaps his Converse in her face. And I was like, I'd have pushed him down there. You wouldn't have even needed me. I'd have pushed you.
When's the last time you
Whole
watched
thing,
these songs?
Yeah. God, the
Oh
whole
my
thing is so good. Just so good.
I need to watch it again because oh my god, it's so good. I haven't seen it in forever.
I have to watch it on like a bootleg channel because it came off of Amazon. Like it was streaming nowhere
I have
after
the DVD.
Halloween. I have no idea. Yeah, I need to buy it so I
I
don't
have
have
the
to worry
DVD. I'm good.
about it. Yeah, it's so
Actually, I
good.
think when that movie first came out, there were still VHSs around.
Yes, it was. It definitely
Yeah,
was.
it's been out for a while.
Because it was like 2001 or something, 2003 maybe.
I think so. I think it was the tail end of the 90s.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the 90s lasted until 2004, okay?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right. So good.
And they're back again, okay? They're back again.
Oh,
That
all
was
right.
just a good damn movie. That was just a good damn movie. I cannot talk about it enough. You're right. Because like nobody ever knows what the fuck I'm talking about. They're like, what are you what?
They're like, gee,
What
we're
is
creepers.
that?
What is that?
And I'm like, only the greatest storytelling to ever hit a horror movie. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good stuff. Great stuff. Love it.
Creepers.
I was gonna say,
And
and he's
that-
another quiet killer, but he's not because he whistles the song.
Yeah, he whistles. And then this motherfucker has the audacity to whistle it as he's throwing a body into the back of his car or his truck. Like,
But
Are you-
the scene where he
Sure.
like closes the door and then opens it,
opens it
tosses
again.
the head
Did
in,
that
and like
not terrify the
puts
shit
his
out of
hat on.
you? Did that
It's
or
just
did
another
that
day
not
in the
terrify you
job,
to death?
Just another day on the job. He's just doing his 9 to 5.
I
And here
think
we
that was
are.
the point. That was the point where I walked out because right after that scene is the scene with the cats, and I was like, "Yeah, I can't do this. Goodbye."
That was
I'm
kind
gonna
of like when you kind of realize, like, this is no ordinary serial killer.
Right, because when he
because
kisses the head,
So,
and he eats the tongue.
yeah,
Oh.
so nonchalant about. I mean, I guess with serial killers, they're always kind of so blasé about killing.
No,
but
he's not.
it's
He's like
put another
happy.
level.
This
Yeah.
man is excited.
He was living
needs
his
to
dream.
kill.
He was living his best life
Yeah.
and having a great time.
To live his best life, he has to kill these people and eat
Mhm.
them.
23
But
days.
he's-
Like he is buffeting for 23 days, like no stops. Which again brings me to why did you take so much time pinning all these people to the roof when you could have been eating? Like, what are you doing? You have
It's 'cause he
23 days
actually
to eat.
He enjoyed it. He loved it. Was
He
art. to
really
him.
loved it. He really
he was
did.
doing what he loved and loving what he did. Okay.
And I was like, I felt kind of bad after he had to burn the church down because I was like, well, now
He has
There
to
goes
start
our
over.
eat
Carla.
outside. Like,
Yeah.
He's
Don't
got a
mess
Cinderella
with my
in the
hat.
truck?
Darla now. When you first saw it back in the day, we had like urban legends and all of that, like those movies that came out, and every small town had that teenage couple that died on the road, and you're like, damn. So I just remember like the first time watching it and the church burns down. I'm like, damn, now they're never gonna find Darla.
Mhm.
That was like one of the first. It had
Yeah,
so
like,
many
poor
things
Darla,
that you
they
gotta
never found her
do.
head.
Never.
Which that was a good line too, because he was like, you know what he did, Trish? You know what he did for her? He sewed it back on. And I was like, you damn right, Derry. He did do that for her. You damn right.
You're right. He did.
uh,
Oh my god.
okay.
Okay, Bree, what are your favorite tropes?
You know what? I am a sucker for siblings, best like old siblings, best friend type. I love those stories. And I just love second chance. I love second chance. I love childhood friends to lovers. I love workplace. There's not really a trope I don't like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't there's
There are
not really
tropes
I
that
feel
I
like if I
read
could-
like the least of, but I don't think
Yeah.
there's an actual trope that I hate.
that I
Yeah.
would like immediately put a book down for, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I have one of those yet.
I mean, I used to say, oh, Secret Baby's not my thing, but I also said that when I really wasn't reading it.
Mhm.
And now that I've read some good ones and I know there's authors that give you a good reason why the baby's a damn secret,
Yep.
I'm like, it's not so bad. So
It's got to be a good reason.
Yeah.
It's got to be a good reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Execution is key.
mhm.
Mhm.
Like I won't count you out. You know what I mean? Especially if I know you, and then you do something, and I'm like, okay, I'll give it a chance.
Do y'all have like a dream project? Like
So many.
for example, one day after I get through at least writing one, like fairy tale retellings are big.
Mhm.
But I feel like there's fairy tales you don't see retold in romance. And so that's kind of a dream. Like, could I retell we see Beauty and the Beast, we see Cinderella. Little Red Riding Hood is one of my favorites.
Yes. Mhm.
I just think hers is one of the longest fairy tales we have. So I would love to do that, but that's like a dream. So what's y'all's? What have you like? I would love to do that one day.
I had actually talked to Nicole about that too. Like I had talked about Ferotica that I had the idea of.
Mhm.
But I think like before, like a bigger thing for me would be like, I don't know, I really want to write for like video games. Like I really want to do video game writing. Like I'm a big fan of Assassin's Creed.
Oh.
Games like that. I don't know if I'd want to write for them just because like that modern storyline needs to go. But outside of that though, like just the big RPG games, like
Mhm.
I feel like I'd really want to write for those. And horror movies, because obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe I would like to, like, everything I've written so far has just been romance. I think I would like to dabble in cozy mystery. I just don't feel like I could be particularly good at either not giving it away, or, have it be like a surprise at the end of who did it. Like, I don't know. I'd have to work on it, but yeah, cozies would be fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of books though. I've seen a lot of books on Kindle Unlimited that are like how to write a cozy mystery. So
yeah,
I'll need to read one.
there is hope, is what I'm saying. There's hope.
I finished one today, and I'm not a person that like reads and is trying to figure it out. I'm usually like, oh, it's got to be the guy that she works with in the office because he's so obvious, and then it's not him, and I'm like, okay. But the one that I read, like, I don't think it's ever supposed to be somebody you weren't really introduced to either. Like when we found out who it was, I'm like, who's this guy?
Yeah, no, that's cheating.
Kind of takes the fun out of it. So
That's
it's
definitely
supposed to be
cheating.
someone who you either met either in that book or Julianne Lindsay's pretty good at this. It's someone like you've met in like the previous books, and like so it kind of throws you off, like, oh, he could never because he's a part of this town. No, he's a dirty liar and a killer. Oh.
I'm trying to think of like some good plot twists I've read lately.
Oh yeah, my favorite trope I really love: enemies to lovers or hate to love. I love forced proximity. Aaron wrote pretty good ones up here. Trapped together. I like, snowed in, like they're snowed in, like there's a big snowstorm and they can't leave. I love that there's only one bed trope. I love that. Love it, love it, love it. So Aaron wrote a few good ones here. Venus said magic girl, lovers to friends.
Ooh.
Lovers to friends. Okay. Oh, okay. She corrected. Friends to lovers. Got it. Okay. Cachet said found family and revenge. Oh, the revenge trope. Yeah. I don't know why, but I like to watch the Here Comes the Cavalry trope. And I liked her. Yes, femme fatale. Yes.
I'm really a fan of I'm building a team and I want you to be a part of it. That's like one of my faves. Especially when it's like a heist team, like you're building a heist team.
Yeah.
A fave for sure.
Yeah. Because that I could actually like morph into found family. Like they're kind of
right, exactly.
Relationship together and nice.
So good. Good stuff.
Haven't read any I absolutely love, but I like the idea of it. Ooh, Kate, 524 and 2,300 words left. Okay, you got this. You got it.
Yay.
Deja wrote nearly 500. Wow, that's amazing. Deja said, I really like royalty romances and terrible rich people.
That is fine.
Second, rich people and, ranchers. Yes. I like a good Western. I was randomly searching Christmas novels and saw the paperback covers for the Christmas Tree Farmers. They're so cute, right? I love actually both the hardback and the paperback, and I do have both. So I'm just waiting for Slashing Through the Snow to come on paperback so I can have like both sets of hardback and paperback, and my set will be complete. Yeah, they're the cutest. Oh, they're the cutest covers. I took a mystery reading / writing class in college. It's not my calling. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it. Well, okay. I don't want to say that because, I don't think I could do it, y'all. That's what I'm gonna say. But I gotta make sure I get his last name right. Hold on. Okay. Do y'all know the actor Lakeith Stanfield?
Yes.
I want to write Lakeith Stanfield. I'm trying. The first movie I saw
because he's the first guy that gets taken in Get Out.
Okay.
He's the guy he meets him at the cookout. What?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. My first movie was like him in a Netflix rom-com. I can't remember the name of it, but
okay.
I want to write him like classic gothic romance novel, and him be like the owner of the manor.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it. Awesome.
I feel like he can fit a lot of roles. He's very charismatic.
Mm-hmm. Versatile.
And nonchalant. What?
Versatile.
Yes, he's very versatile. Because yeah, he was in that the rom-com with Tessa Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe not a rom-com. I don't know if it was a rom-com per se. And then what did
He's in The Harder They Fall, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
is one of the cowboys.
He's in The Photograph with Issa Rae.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry to bother you. That was it. It's very weird. I don't know what that classifies as. But kind of like he worked for like a warehouse or something, and they turn into. It's weird. It's just one of those. It's one of those movies. Again, that's like, what the fuck is happening and why? Yeah, that was super weird. But yeah, he's a funny guy.
And in that last sprint, I wrote 640 words. Wow. It's pretty nice.
I didn't write anything, so.
Oh. Well, you kind of came in at the tail end of it.
Yeah, I like fixed a sentence and reread what I had already started.
Got it. So, RM's been loving the longer sprints, 45 minutes. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Well, it's up to y'all. I have to leave to Walmart real quick, but I'll be back as soon as I get back from Walmart.
We'll be here.
I figured.
We'll be here forever. Please until midnight. All right, so I'll put the next question up, and then we will go right into the next sprint. 45 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, be back.
Alrighty. How was that? Cachet came in on that last sprint. Hi, love. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. So for the day, I am 3,578 words in. So I'm like, I could end the night with 5,000 for the day. So I'm like, let's make it happen. So
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Cachet, introduce yourself.
okay. I'm Cachet. I write short stories, poetry, and the occasional blog post. And yeah, I'm trying to get these words.
Kids are yelling.
It's
either kids or dogs here on these streams. How did everybody else do? Bree.
I just came back, so I did okay. I got a few words in, so.
Oh, okay, good, awesome. Was your dinner delicious?
It turned out okay. I think I could have done a better job, but
okay.
it's always a process cooking. You're always going to do better the next time. That's the plan, at least.
That's the plan.
Guys, I'm gonna go put my youngest to bed.
Okay.
And I'll be back.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Because yeah, YouTube is on downstairs. It's 9:30. He has school tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, all right. I did pretty good. I updated NaNoWriMo, and I still need like a little over 2,000 words, but I feel like I can do it. I feel like it can happen. And I mean,
you got what, 3.5 hours left?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that. You could do 2,000 in 3.5. Yeah. You could. If anybody could, you could.
Let me see what I actually got on this last sprint here, if I could type correctly. Okay, I got 411 this last sprint, so probably need to kick it up a bit to get to the to get to it. But I think everything is flowing really smoothly in this whip, and I feel like I know exactly how it's gonna go to the end. So I feel like it can literally, I could just keep writing until it was done. That's how I feel like I can go. So that's nice. I don't feel like there's going to be a hard part coming up that I'm not going to be sure how to get through. So I like when that happens.
Yeah, that is a really cool feeling to get to that point.
Oh, okay. And of course the question, the weather outside is frightful, probably for everywhere else but Phoenix. What is your favorite hot drink? Okay. Aaron.
Oh, hot cocoa. It's pretty much the only thing I can drink anymore. So.
Hot cocoa is good.
It is. I've been taking part probably too much since I had to cut out coffee. So.
Oh, yeah. Cachet, do you have a favorite hot drink? I think you just said tea. I can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me?
I think it might be a connection problem.
It's a little staticky, but I could hear you just a little bit. Okay. She's typing. Okay. While she's texting me probably, my favorite hot drink around this time is definitely hot chocolate. I like a good hot chocolate, but I drink a ton of coffee and tea. Like comfort, in the wintertime, yeah, definitely hot chocolate. I wouldn't be able to have it now just because I'm calorie counting. I might just have one maybe, but I'm actually thinking in the next sprint I'm going to go get me some hot tea because that would be really nice.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I always make mine with milk, so it's just that's even more calories there. So.
Yes. True.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yay! So when you were asking the question, you sounded robotic-y to me, but he wasn't reacting, so I knew it was me. So that's why I was like, wait, no, it's not. But I like hot chocolate, and there is doing it again.
Nice. Nice.
I don't know why the internet hates us. The Boost Mobile is alive and well. It was last night too. Gosh. It's like it's literally just StreamYard, and then my other tab is YouTube for the timers. Like nothing else is using my Wi-Fi. My phone is on my, just my cellular data. I'm like, I don't know what else you want from me. Okay.
There's just no winning sometimes with the internet. It's awful.
Awful. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to do something? No. Let me go back up because I know there was an answer to question number 4 up here somewhere. Oh, okay. Deja says, I love tea and sometimes hot chocolate with marshmallows. Yes, you have to have it with marshmallows. Gotta, right?
You can sub whipped cream sometimes.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, no.
Yeah, we had a couple people leave. They said bye. We had a couple people come back. Adrian came back. Ooh, Deja, I feel like you're killing it. 935 words.
Yeah, very nice.
Print. That's amazing. 442 words for Kate. Less than 1.8 to go. We got this. Got this, you guys. Adrian got to page 142 in Blood Like Magic. It looks like we all need around 2K. Yeah, I feel like we got it. Yep. With the French vanilla cappuccino mix. Oh, that's so good. Fry's has like this chai like tea mix that's like, it's like a powder, but I put that like in my coffee, like to kind of make like a dirty chai tea latte. Oh, it's so good. Britt's back. Hi. Back to working on pitches. I love me a pumpkin chai latte. Yes. Oh, so good. So many calories that I don't even want to mention, but it's like when I get on this like calorie counting, it's like I have to literally track everything that goes into my mouth. That sounds worse than it is, but I'm discovering Kung Fu tea, and they haven't missed yet for me. That's awesome. Kung Fu tea. Adrian says hot cocoa. We have a bunch of hot cocoa lovers. I love it. Ooh, some bourbon and rum. Hot toddy. I do that when I'm sick. I'll do it like a nice, like Earl Grey or something, and then just put a shit ton of whiskey and honey in it. Tea. Yes, tea. I'm saying hi. Okay, Vina. 13 states away from finishing my romance list. Half of the books were originally Harlequin. Oops, sorry, my sister-in-law started calling me. 13 states. What states do you need? Are you still needing Mississippi? I tried to find B, but there's a bunch of not romance time that just came up when I searched for it. Hot toddies. Oregon chai turmeric latte. Wow, where do you get that? That sounds really good. Turmeric. I don't know if I say that right. It's supposed to be very good for you. Okay, I do have another question. That's my last question. So if anyone else has any questions for me. Do we want to continue to do 45 sprints, or do we want to back it down to 30? What do y'all think?
45 is fine for me.
Cache? It's just admit yes. I'm taking that as a yes.
Yeah, it's a very, very like I'm gonna struggle through this, yes, but I'm saying yes.
All right, so I'll put the next question up here. Let me share my screen again. I got what Deja said yesterday. It's like, these aren't sprints, these are marathons. So just go right into the next one. You know, it's like, gotta get these words done. We gotta win at all costs, at any cost. Alrighty. Okay. Start all over. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, how did everybody do?
Not much, it's looking like.
Oh no, not much.
Oh, I got 440. Okay, that's not bad.
That's good. That's good.
Considering I had to get up and walk around for a bit too.
I got 350. I definitely had to get up and move around. I'm tired.
Tired. It's been a long day for you.
Yeah, it's 9 this morning and it's 6:30 almost. So like, yeah.
It's been a long day of sprinting for you. You've been sprinting all day. Let me just calculate what I did. Hold on. That one was a pretty good sprint for me, 944.
Nice.
So
Nice. You're definitely going to get your goal. Yeah.
I'm so excited. So this question, what is your favorite holiday song? Do you have one, Aaron?
Probably Oh Holy Night. And I'm not even a religious person, but I love a vocalist that can carry a note, and all the best vocalists take their turn at that song, and so yeah.
That's true. That's a good song. Cache, do you have one?
Carol of the Bells.
Oh.
That's my favorite.
That's a great one too.
I love Carol of the Bells, and I love Pentatonics, their version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is just like I listen to that song on repeat, and I get goosebumps like every single time. Honestly, they're just a great group. They're fantastic, and they sing. Little Drummer Boy too is really great. Actually, I listened to their whole Christmas album, so
yeah.
But yeah.
So Carol of the Bells by Yolanda Adams and then the Trans-Siberian Orchestra are like my favorite thing. Like I listen to them like repeatedly all like to midnight is going on. It'll be on the TV. It's going on behind me.
December 1st. Yo, Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Yeah, that's so good. So good. Oh. Okay, no. Someone answered it up here. Adrian said, All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey. It's a staple. It's a staple, really.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they play that on repeat on 99.9.
I actually enjoy Fifth Harmony's version of that too. But there is nothing like the original though.
Okay, Venus saying what other states that she needs for her romance endeavor. Mississippi, South Dakota, North Dakota, Alabama, Delaware, Idaho, Maine, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and Oregon. Whew. I feel like you got a lot, though. One for every state, and you're trying not to repeat authors. I mean, that's pretty good.
They're Black romances, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's like only 3 states on here that I even think of Black people living in. So I see why it's a hard thing that you haven't found. Like, there are like states you be like, they even have Black people there. And like a good portion of these are states where I wouldn't imagine Black people live. So it makes sense is you ain't found one.
Like Rhode Island?
Right. Like Britt is the only Black person I know in Rhode Island, and she's there for school.
Like she moved there.
Right. My brother's the only Black person I know in Wisconsin. He moved there. Like
And I feel like almost no people live in Rhode Island. It's like the size of a pencil mark. I feel like compared to our map, it's so small.
South Dakota, that's an empty state there. There's hardly anyone living there.
That's true. I already used Beverly Jenkins and Brenda Jackson, so I can't repeat. If it gets pretty difficult, you might want to just break that rule. If it gets difficult for you.
Or if you find some other authors in the states you used them for, could switch them around.
Yeah, that's true. If it's easier to find like another romance in the state that they already have, switch them up.
That does make sense. Look at her. I like that. That's that critical thinking that they don't have no more. I like it.
Aaron, what was this comment? The shoe diary?
Let's see. She was asking what 2022 book we're most excited about getting to first.
God. Oh, here it is. I was just like, where is that question? I didn't even find it. It was up a little bit. What is the first book that you're looking forward to read in January 2022? Skin of the Sea by Natasha Bowen. And that's because that is the first book we're discussing for Who Picked This Book Club. We're discussing that book January 5th. So, little tidbit. You didn't hear it here first. I already posted it on Instagram and Twitter.
So y'all reading it in 5 days, or y'all starting it in December?
I try to let people know as soon as possible so they can start it whenever, like based on their reading speed. I will probably start it January 4th.
I usually have to start them pretty close to the live as well. Otherwise, I forget what's happening. Like what's going to happen with tomorrow. I read 3 Cozy Mysteries by the same author within like a week. So
you're just mixing up plots. You're gonna make up plots. I was really hoping that the audiobook for Beating the Rap would come out so I could just kind of listen to it real quick, but it hasn't yet. I mean, I'll check Amazon again, but it hasn't yet. So I think I'll just have to do a quick reread.
Yeah, that was it's the same for 7 Deadly Sequins. That wasn't I don't think the audio was out quite in time.
Yeah, that's true. Because she doesn't want to release it early, because with Burden of Poof, like the audiobook was released so much earlier than it was supposed to. So she's waiting, but now it's taking forever for it to be approved or whatever the waiting process is.
Oh, okay.
I really like listening to Louis Armstrong, What a Wonderful World around the holidays. That's such a great song. I like that. But a holiday song I like is This Christmas by Donny Hathaway. Or maybe the Christmas song by Nat King Cole. Okay. Venus says Mariah Carey's version of Christmas, Baby Please Come Home. Oh, Vina channeling inner Heather, calling time of DNF on this book. Oh no! Why am I 200 pages, some pages in, and they've been having awkward convos about sex since chapter 2, and they still haven't had any. Awkward conversations and no sex.
Maybe just thumb ahead to the sex and see if it was actually worth it. If it would have been worth it.
Right. Just skip to the sex scene and just see with all the if it makes it better. 581, nice. You guys, you know some words during these sprints. Let me tell you. Got into the Christmas spirit and had to listen to some songs. Just 3:24 that time. So stupidly close, but I'm definitely slowing down. Yeah, towards the end of the night.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
How much more can I type? But yeah, it's I feel really confident with this last sprint with the amount of words that I got, and I feel like if I keep up the momentum, I'll definitely get it, and I'm excited. So I feel like I'm getting a second win.
Nice.
I'm now on page 192, so 50 pages. Awesome. Providence, Rhode Island is a big office site for a lot of companies for some reason, including the one I work for. So I know Black people are there. Barely. Barely. I will probably start Skin of the Sea over Christmas break. Nice. All right. So yeah, that was my last question. So I didn't come fully prepared with questions for sprints until midnight. So but yeah, so do we want to do a shorter sprint? Cache? What do you think? Shorter sprint? Yeah, 30 minutes? Okay. 30 minutes?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because yeah, you definitely Have to watch it.
I almost caught a nap on that 45 minutes. I almost got a nap. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, this is long.
I'd be messaging you like, Cache! Okay. Let's play this out. Let's let her get her money. At least when this one's just 16 seconds. Except, like, wasn't it yesterday? Like, we had like a minute and a half ad, Cache?
I swear that was like a 2-minute long ad. Like, it was like, what is going on?
Or we're like, get your money. Get it. How long is this one? 30 seconds. Okay, that's doable. Ooh. If I find a black romance set in either Dakotas, I might cry tears of joy. Literal tears. And my friend texted me to tell me she started the book she's supposed to read for a live. I did 2 months ago. At least she's reading it. Okay. Should be starting here. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. See you in 30 minutes. Right. How was that?
Okay.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, after you let me into the room,
Sorry.
I was literally watching. I was like, Nicole, don't start it. Nicole, you would not look at me.
I'm sorry. First, I was on a different tab, and you were all the way down at the bottom because I was already sharing the screen. And I had to scroll. That was my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Well, welcome back. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, we went to Walmart.
Yeah.
It's kind of a janky Walmart. There wasn't a lot of stuff, but
you didn't get everything you needed.
Yeah, we did. We made do.
Okay, good.
And now we're watching Jeepers Creepers again.
I know. I'm probably gonna watch that sometime later because I forgot how good that movie was. And talking about it, I was like, I just need to watch it again.
And I was all excited. I asked my brother, I was like, have I showed you guys this? Or have you guys seen it? He's like, you showed this already.
It's like, yes, we do know about this movie. You're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
Yeah. So I got 716 words in that sprint.
Nice.
Wow.
I feel like I got my second win. I'm on a roll. And it's all uphill. No, I'm just kidding. Aaron, how'd you do?
I didn't do too hot in that one. I got 209 words.
That's so good though. 209 more words than you had.
There we go.
Cache, how did you do?
I don't know, but I'm at 3,991. So I got like just over 1,000, and now I have 5K. Because either 5K or midnight, I'm like chunking the deuces. So whichever one of those comes first, your girl is out of here. I'm like, I can barely keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I'm gonna keep trekking.
But hey, 2 published authors in the sprint here.
Pretty awesome.
Pretty
amazing.
amazing.
You ain't gotta do all that.
There you go. There you go. Man.
Link in the description box to buy their books.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome. Okay, let's see here. Adrian read 29 pages on page 221. That's amazing. Tasia.
You got a long way to go because that's a thick book.
Whoa.
That was a 30-minute sprint.
Man, so I've seen that like after the longer sprints, when you have the shorter sprints, it does make you move faster because you know you don't have as much time. So because you did a 30 and that was 700, and you didn't do 700 in the 45-minute one.
That's true. In the first couple 45. The last 45 I did 900. So, but yeah, you're right. I feel like I was typing faster. It was like my hands started cramping. I'm like, no, come on. Don't fail me now. But Deja, your fingers must be on fire. Cool them off. I do better with the shorter sprints. Got it. All right. Continuing on with the 30-minute sprints.
I'm actually
You
going
look
to
tired too
sign
now.
off everyone.
What? Wait a minute.
I feel like I'm so tired my monster is wearing off, but it's like I'm living off the high of getting all the words. So it's like I want to keep going because I want to, while I still feel that, I don't want to wait too long before it just kind of like I just kind of dwindle. We still got an hour and 45 minutes until midnight. But Aaron, you were saying you were gonna go?
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. But it was so much fun to participate with this with all of you. So nice to meet both of you.
All right, Aaron. I'll
Thank
see you
you.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Nice
see
to
you
meet
tomorrow.
you too.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Oh yeah, I feel like if I take too long of a break in between sprints, I'm gonna lose it. And I
Well,
don't.
come on, let's go then.
All right.
I was like, that sounds like y'all need to shut up so I can sprint some more. So let's go.
Like I don't
Yeah, you
have
could
any
just
more.
tell us to shut up, Nicole. Jeez.
I would never, ever. But
But
also,
you're keeping it.
I don't have any more questions, so I feel like I can just go into the sprint.
We can make it happen.
Alrighty. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty. How was that? Good. Are you just watching Jeepers Creepers?
No, we switched to the Chucky TV show.
Oh, okay. How's that? Good. Okay.
So far, I'm rooting for Chucky.
As you would.
So.
Cachet, how did you do?
I am at 4,341 words. So I'm close.
So
It
close.
is like 15 minutes till midnight for me, though. So, you know.
Yeah, you said either midnight or 5K. So.
Right. Which obviously is not going to take us 15 minutes to start another sprint. So, like, I won't bow out in the middle of a sprint. So, there's that.
Hurry, Nicole,
There's
go.
that.
Oh,
right.
We're gonna start. We're gonna start right off. Another 30 minutes.
I mean,
Or
30 minutes is long.
Or do you want
30
to do
minutes
a short,
is long. Let me not lie.
or do you want to do a short one for you?
Yeah, we do 15.
Yeah, can we do a 15? Yeah, let's see what I can do a 15.
All right, let's go.
Let's see what I can make happen. Okay. Y'all are dope. I appreciate this. I like how it still said 30 at first. I was like, Nicole, come on now.
You're like, wait here for a second.
Right.
Gotta get her hats in there. Okay. 2 little bots. All right. Get her money.
Right.
Okay. I was like, wait, I thought that was
funny.
I thought that was ad number 2. What are we doing here? Oh my gosh, so funny. I did get 683 words that last sprint though.
Nice. So how many left do you have to get?
I'm gonna calculate here in the next sprint. So I maybe might have got it, but I don't know. I don't want to like get my hopes up until I know for sure.
I was thinking when you said 600 that you might be super close, but
super close, if not over. So I'm gonna calculate and then get back to
you. Nice.
Like it would give us a long ad when we're trying to hurry up and sprint.
I know, right? YouTube a hater, bro. I swear.
Nicole, it says skip ad right there.
I know, but she's got to make her money. Okay, go.
Oh, okay. So, whatever that means.
All right.
Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
I did it.
Okay. Yay!
You did it?
I know you did it. Woo!
No.
Hey!
Wow. You got a certificate and everything.
I know.
I just want to say my friend wrote 50,000 words in 30 days and read 20 books and hosted a live stream every week and
Got time
worked
to
a full-time job. All I'm saying is my friend is low-key, high-key the shit. Just thought I'd let y'all know.
Mwah, mwah. I love you all. Thank you so much for believing in me. I'm so excited.
You did great. You did great.
You did awesome.
Thanks.
So I don't know how many words I had left before midnight, but from the time midnight hit to when we stopped, I got 238 words. So I feel like that means that I got the 5,000 because I feel like I wasn't like that far off. So yay! All right, I ain't win that old, but your girl got 5,000 words, so that's all that mattered for me.
5,000 words in one day is hard. It's hard.
It is hard. It is.
Hell yeah.
5,500 over there. I remember. Yeah, you were in my stream this morning. I remember how many you had.
Yep. We're just
And you did it before midnight. Look at that.
I still got an hour. I still had an hour to spare. Woo! The whip isn't done, but I wrote 50,000 words between 2 projects.
That's awesome, though. That's awesome.
And I feel like the succubus is wrapping up pretty quickly. I feel like there's like just one more thing, and then it will be done. Just gotta wrap it up, get their happily ever after. They still have to tell each other that they love each other. So that's the thing. Thank you, Deja. Deja comes in, she's like, oh my god, y'all have been live for 6 hours. What the fuck? Yes, I think this is the longest I've ever been live. Not gonna lie. But yes, until midnight or I win NaNoWriMo, whichever comes first. I finished my goal. Yay! Reached 25,000. And now it's time for bed. Good night. I know you probably left a while ago, but thank you so much for coming in. And then, you did come at the perfect time, Deja. I can't even talk. I feel like I've been live for 10 hours before. When you do sprints, like, yeah, you used to go live for a long time when you did sprints. Aw, thanks, Adrian. I did have a sick husband.
We're gonna watch that one.
I did have a sick husband. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, so much for sprinting with me, for seeing me through this. I feel like we all did great. I feel like we all did the thing. We did a thing.
We did, and we did it together. And I got to meet Mr. Virtues. I feel like I've seen things retweeted on Twitter, but I don't think I've ever got to see you. Hi, sir.
Hello. It's nice to meet you too. And
nice to meet you.
Finally. That's how I felt about Literary Fairy earlier. I was like, I talk to you all the time and I've never seen you.
Right.
Your face.
She's supposed to be back soon too.
She was supposed to be back. Yeah, she probably just got off of work.
Indeed.
I told her she should have called in. I'm like, no, make your money.
Probably would have. She would have noticed earlier. Instead of the day of or 20 minutes before or
I
whatever.
know. I was just like, I told her, I was like, please do not feel pressured to come and sprint with me because I saw that you just liked my message and I put you in the thumbnail as wishful thinking and tagged you. Like, you do not have to not feel pressured at all. And she's like, I will be there. I'm like, okay. Thank you, Vina. I'm so happy.
You did great.
Yay.
I'm like super proud of you. Like for real.
You do a lot. And you have like a job. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You did all that and you have a job.
Right.
You know, yes.
Did you sleep?
Yeah. Not this week.
Serious?
Not this week. The last, like, tonight, and then the last 2 nights I've been going to bed past midnight.
Yeah.
6
That's
o'clock.
been
Super early.
for sure.
When you don't go to sleep at a decent hour. Let's just say that. Woo.
So I was sitting here like calculating what I wrote like this year, everything I've written. And so like I was getting upset with myself because I started using For the Words in November 2019, like halfway through. So half of November 2019 and December 2019 together, I wrote 96,867 words in that time.
Wow.
In all of 2021, I wrote 112,517 words. So like nowhere close to what I did, but I have completed more projects this year than any year of my life. And like knowing that like the numbers don't matter if you're not finishing a project. So like
Right,
I feel like I'm getting better at writing because I'm not writing a bunch of words and still not finishing stuff. So it was like I'm proud. Because like I would have normally like beat myself up about that, right? Because it's like 100,000 words in 11 months. That's not that much, but like I finished stuff. Y'all.
That is a lot of words, though. That is a lot. And yeah, you finished stuff and became a whole published author.
Right.
Like you did the thing. You did it. Like,
man.
Here I am. I'm just like, yeah, I won NaNoWriMo, but I'm just gonna sit on this for 5 years. Like, I'm not like
you're not sitting on it for 5 years.
I'm about to say you have to see me tomorrow, the next day, the day after that. You ain't doing that.
Right. No.
We
We were already coming up with pen names yesterday. Like, what you mean?
I know. I sent a screenshot of a little snippet of what I wrote today to RM, and I'm just like, I can't publish this. What if my mom sees it? What if my grandma sees it? And he's like, pen name, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yep. We spent like 3 sprints last night trying to come up with her pen name. So like, God.
Yeah, Vina came up with it. I'm going with Nydia Garrett.
That's a good one.
I liked it. I like Nydia.
Even though I just said it on the live, so everyone's gonna know.
I mean,
huh?
Is your mom on the live?
No.
But you could also like cut this like very end of it because we're almost done anyway. So like you could just clip that part and be like, eh.
I think I was left for 25 plus hours out of 48 once. Oh, for the book off Hoeathon, yes.
Oh yeah. Wow.
I don't know how you did that every week either. Being a whole student and getting into college and, you know, graduating high school with all A's. So we agreed Pearson should be a part of the pen name, right? No.
But it's such a good last name. I definitely was like, I might use that as a character's last name. I got people I need to name still. So
we did come up with some good names for characters though too. So don't be surprised if, you know, someone comes up later. See, it is very impressive. It is very impressive.
Well, thank you.
And that's impressive. Cut it out. Cut it out. End it as a like, yay, I won. And then
right.
If they make it through a nearly 7-hour live to find my pen name, they deserve to know it.
I mean, they did to put in the work.
Put in the work.
Because even on 2x speed, it's still a long ass video. So.
Yep, it is. Oh. All right. Oh. Well, I know it's late. It's past midnight for Cachet. It's late here. RM, it's just 10 o'clock where you're at. So. But.
I'm always sad because I'm like, I got to sit here by myself for 2 hours or whatever.
You don't just sit by yourself. Now you're watching.
I mean, usually though, anytime, like every time somebody goes to bed. Yeah, now because my brothers are here, so it's okay. Yeah. But like usually, I'm like everybody's already off sprints. Well, because usually the writing group I write with, everybody's off by like 3 or 4. So I'm like, I just got here. I just got warmed up.
Here. That's the difficult thing about time zones. If everybody lives in a different time zone. Yeah, Deja, it's way, way past midnight for you.
Yeah, I usually write at night in the evening time. So, like, if you ever like, hey, I need somebody to write with, like, hit me up for sure because I write in the evenings. The only reason I'm awake in the mornings is because of other people.
Yeah, exactly. Me. Yeah,
because other people are forcing me awake.
I'll get a text message. Good morning. Oh, you up? Yeah, wait a minute, you up and you behind me. That was the part that used to get me when you were 2 hours behind me and I would wake up to a text message from you. I'd be like, why is she awake? Why?
I have to be at work at
right, yeah, because she got a job, Cachet. That's why she awake. Well, you know, that makes sense.
I would be waking up at like 9 or 10.
Right.
When I worked nights, I was waking up at 10.
It's still early. I'm still getting used to that.
Found one more for my list. Still playing.
Now she said black or white with a tan. She said black or white with a tan.
Like you actually have to. It's like Venus, like, I really don't want to really read these books to find out if it's really a black romance.
Man, hey, that 10 thing be for real. Have you ever noticed that if you look at cheerleaders of like big teams and there's a black cheerleader, 9 times out of 10, you can't tell that there's a black cheerleader because of how everybody looks. Like you have to look because all their skin tones are exactly the same. And you like, how y'all do that?
Because they spraying each other right before the whole
I was like, wait a minute.
Mixing colors and shit so it looks natural.
Yeah, right. Nicole wakes up at the ass crack. Now,
I feel like
winter time, I wake up before the sun and it's not nice. White with the tan. Yeah.
I mean, it's a thing.
Because, you can't trust the internet when it says, oh, this is a black romance, because the internet doesn't know what a black romance is.
Man, you can't trust the internet when they say it's a black person. You will turn around and find out. Like,
exactly.
Like, wait a minute. They're black adjacent at the most. Like,
how many times does that conversation revolve around Twitter that, people asking for black romance recommendations and they're throwing an interracial romance in there.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
And it'd be like,
I ain't seen it fail yet. Matter of fact.
Right. And I've never seen a black romance get categorized as interracial in my life. Like, y'all don't ever make the mistake the other way.
Nope.
So y'all obviously know the difference.
Yeah.
It just make sense. The math ain't mathing.
But it's always like interracial romance is one thing, but you're like, we asked for black romance and it's always one black person and a white person. It's never a black person and an Asian.
Right. Never. It's never.
Or you know what I mean? It's always every single time.
Every single time.
A black person, a white person.
And like the part that makes me so mad is 9 times out of 10, it's always a black person that recommended it. And I'd be like, wait a minute. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Pause. Let's figure this out. let's figure this out together because I feel like you should know better.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be your own.
I feel like that's why I'm not a romance reader, because I feel like I'd have a beef with other romance readers too often. Like mystery thriller horror, like black is black. Like, people are just black. But like love, black romance, it's like, oh, love is love. And it's like, yeah, so why can't we love each other? Y'all don't like that? I don't understand. I don't get it.
That's for real, though. That's for real.
So much discourse. And half the time, the models that they pick on the cover don't match the description that's given in the book anyway. So you couldn't even trust.
Instructions for dancing.
You cannot even trust the cover.
Well, good, like sometimes, because I'll see the same model, right, on different covers, and he gets blacker and blacker. So it's like you're just darkening the light, bro. Just darkening.
Right, legit. This is the same drawing, bro. I feel like you picked a darker brown crayon for this one. I don't like it.
Putting the fucking filter on it and being like, yep,
right. I feel like y'all got y'all went ahead and bought the digital version of Crayola's colors of the world and was like, here, we know better now. Do you?
Do you?
No.
Exactly.
Oh goodness. Oh, it's like a guessing game for the people who watch the TikTok.
Man, I swear, I was like, I think we should talk about the blackfishing that happens with these dang covers, because bruh, like, and I was like y'all know we've been begging for covers that look like us, and so y'all been giving them to us.
But it doesn't match what's in.
Right, and then I'm sitting there like and
that's
then,
not what we asked for, actually.
Right, and then having to be black and be a reader and a writer and be angry at the book and be like, I don't want to read this, I don't want to buy this, but know that that's your excuse for why you don't publish us to begin with. And it's like, no, it's a shitty book. Yeah. It's not that. It's not that it's because they're black. Because them being black is what made me give it a chance. Like, it bothers the mess out of me.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
I thought that boy was Asian on that cover. I don't care what nobody says. There was no way that dude was black. And when you told me he was black, I said where? Because I was confused. And then you told me that those were supposed to be locks. And again, I said where? That was a man bun if I ever saw one, is all I'm saying.
They tried to pull a fast one.
Have you not seen the cover?
Nope.
No.
Oh, look at the cover. Go look at the cover and tell me I'm like.
I'm looking right now. I'm gonna look it up right now.
I thought it was a black girl and an Asian man, which is nothing wrong with that. That was cool. But then somebody told me he was black, and I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, Nicola Yoon. I knew there was gonna be a problem.
Oh yeah, that's an Asian man. That's an Asian man for real.
Okay, that's what. Right.
Is there an issue that they're almost the same shade? Yes, but that is an Asian man. You can see it in his features.
Right.
Who was trying to lie?
And 100% man bun. You are correct.
Yeah, like,
right. I don't see locks in that. Right. Nothing about that.
The profile, that is not a black man.
That's not a black man. It's not.
He might be, he could be biracial.
Right.
That's not a black man. You know what I mean? Like, that's not just straight.
Right. Exactly. And that was my thought. Like, because I was saying that, like, I appreciate that she writes about, like, relationships that mirror her marriage. And I thought it was odd that her husband doesn't do the same thing. Like, his couples are always both Asian. And I was like, that's intriguing that that's a thing. So then somebody was like, well, no, that's a black romance. They're too black. And I was like, I mean, I did just get my eyes checked a couple weeks ago. And it still looks like the Asian man I thought it was 3 months ago. But okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go, Vina. When you read the book and the only description of the man is blue eyes and muscles.
So definitely not a black man.
Blue eyes.
I'll be like green eyes and dark skin. So green, but the skin don't look. You know what the next part is. Like we're not gonna be ambiguous about it. Like no, he chocolate.
We got to get out of that habit immediately because everybody will take liberties.
Right, and that's the thing that bothers me is that for us, we can't be ambiguous because when we are ambiguous, they take it to mean white.
Mm-hmm.
Like period.
White. Like I just did a whole school project on it where ambiguity in character descriptions gives people the right to default to white. That's why every time we're talking about this character, we thought she was a woman of color, and then you see the Netflix adaptation and she's white, and you're like, yeah, because y'all didn't specify. And you don't care because you're also a white author, or you don't give a shit about your people. Like this isn't your audience, so it's like, yeah, they gonna do it if they can get away with it. They're gonna do it.
Right, exactly.
No, I can't do it.
Right. I'm right there with you. I can't. What's your is blackity black black black? That's what it is. The book I wrote. Yep. I'm not gonna lie. In the anthology, y'all, I was like, I'm the only black person, and this story is black AF. Like it's black slang. It's how we talk to each other. It's everything. And I was like, I wouldn't have it any other way. Like. Boo thing all up in there, the wrong verbs, how we be talking, the whole thing. And I was like, nope, this is how we talk, and this is how the conversation goes. And it's like when you don't write it like that, it doesn't feel real to me. Like, and not saying like you have to write like broken English or AAVE or anything like that, but when it doesn't read like a conversation, it's easy to tell when you're writing two black characters, and it's like we don't talk like that to each other. This is so formal.
Because it's like, yeah, because like that's just in general. Like even if you don't speak, like even if you don't use AAVE all the time or whatever, like if you're around other people in your community, you pick up on those habits.
Exactly.
That's how you talk. Like I have that thing too. Is like I don't talk the same way to people that I just met or people outside of my community the way I talk to people in my community, because it's about comfort. It's about trust. Like that's what it is. It's like if I don't trust you, I'm obviously, we're out here code switching because we ain't trying to get killed or beat up,
exactly,
home or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like you gotta take that in consideration. But that too is like that's how I always know when somebody was like, somebody's like, well, this black character was written, whatever, and you immediately know that the author is not black. Like they've never even been around this community. It's like,
or if they are black, you can tell that they're not comfortable with the community and how they describe it. Like that is super evident in some of these books. Like I'll be like, dang, you really hate the hood that much? Because I grew up in the hood, and like the hood has its bad points, but like the hood is still a family. Like you are still looked out for, like in a lot of different ways. And y'all be acting like this is the most horrible thing, and then whiteness be like your savior, and I be confused because you still be in hell. Like it don't make sense to me.
That's what these. Yeah, it's like I'm just like. Yeah, like if you don't understand it, that's fine. Because like the same thing too is like, when you join up with a gang or a clique or whatever, it's never because it's never like this coerced thing that happens. You're not kidnapped and put into these situations. Like you get into it because this is a brotherhood. Like this is how we look at it. Or this is a family. These are people who are going to protect you. These are people you grew up with, or whatever. Like this is for protection. This is so I can say when I go home, I'm gonna have somebody looking out for me. Or if I gotta leave or do something, I'm gonna have somebody looking out for my mama. Like this is the things that you have. This is the things you think about. You don't go in there thinking like, damn, they finna sacrifice me to something. Like, you know what I mean? That's never the initial thinking. But it's like, yeah, if you don't understand that and you're seeing it from the outside looking in, you'll never get that. Like, of course you won't.
Right, because
I
like
get that. So stop writing about it if you don't understand.
right, because they act like there's not rules to the hood. Like there are. Like this, like I know, like in my own personal life, there's so many times where in the hood it's like, nah, you need to stay in school. You need to focus on them books. That this life is not for you. This is not you. Like, and people act like those aren't conversations that happen. And it's just like, oh no, we just manipulating these. Like, nah, some people need to feed their family, and some people they're like, you might need to feed your family, but I'm gonna feed them for you because I can't have you out here doing this. Like, and that's a whole aspect of the hood that like they don't talk about, and it bothers me because it's like, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like you got people who, because like I could say it for me, like I kicked out of the hood in a way. Yes, not for a bad reason. It was just a matter of there's something other that you have to do. There's something else that you should be doing. So I left. I went to school. I came back. You're still trying to help those people, obviously. Like they're still your family, but it's not this thing of like we're gonna hold you hostage. Like it's just if you have something better to do, you can go ahead and do it. Like go out and do it.
Totally my college experience. Totally my college experience. Like for real. Like, this ain't for you. Like you get down, but don't get down. Go do something else. Go do something else. Like, nah, this ain't for you. Don't do that. Like, yeah. I think that that's my biggest issue is like with books nowadays. I just feel like I hate when they're written by us and they still do us such a disservice.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's mainly.
That's that say.
Like mainly other people will take it as this, know-it-all text. Like
that part. That's the part.
Well, this is how it is because a black person said it. Yeah, they're not the only black person. One, like they're not. And even if they, what I mean, they didn't necessarily go through this, but they thought because they were black, they had a right to tell all of our experiences, and they don't.
Right.
Like, I'm so sorry. That's just not the way it works. Like,
everybody has different experiences. Like,
man.
But you're by being a black person and writing that way when you don't have that experience is giving everybody else permission to see us as a monolith, and then you're fucking the rest of us over. Because now we have to go back the 10 steps that we made out, come back 12 steps to pick up your mess, and then keep it moving. Like, just stop that shit. Just stop.
And then we got to deal with the fact that our reality is so much different from the reality that people have been reading that you created for like the last 5 years. By the time our story gets out there, and then it's like, well, that can't be what it is because this has been this and this is on the New York Times bestseller list and blah blah blah, and it's like,
y'all know this one person, right? Like y'all,
right. like some of y'all are writing and living vicariously through your hood cousin, and it's showing. Like,
we didn't live all in one house in the hood and was like, this is it. This is how it happened. I'm gonna back up his story, her story, their story. Like, I don't know them.
No.
Right.
I was supposed to say, hi, Olivia.
That hair, love it.
I love Olivia. She actually is the one that motivated me to start my channel. Like, she had so many like videos of like how to start a booktube, like back when I first started. So I watched, and she was like the first one that I really started like interacting with. And she does like these like book defacings that are just stunningly gorgeous. So yeah, it's so relaxing watching her like deface these books. It's so relaxing. It's almost like ASMR, and it's just like you just get lost because she creates like the mandalas and things like that on the book covers. It's just beautiful.
I'm gonna have to go check that out.
They're so good. So good. Sorry, just had to say that about my friend.
She's awesome. RM, I fucks with you. I fucks with you. I do. I like you.
And my friends are coming together.
Right?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard finding people that you can trust, because these conversations, not everybody can have these conversations.
Right.
Not everybody wants to have these conversations. Like, this isn't a fun conversation to have because you have to have it within your community. And it's like nothing else is getting done if you don't. You know what I mean? So
right. No, for sure. And I know we've had like the conversations even when we do like When Black Women Speak, we talk about like there are some things that we won't talk about because it is YouTube and it's automatically mixed company. And it's like there are levels to what I'm gonna say. Like,
Right.
y'all know I don't like that lady. I don't like her writing. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I'm gonna leave her alone, let her get her money, and just be like, that's why I'm not writing YA because your girl can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, that's the greater too. Is like, because that's like we had this whole conversation. Um, I just finished my teaching YA literature to young adults, and we're having this whole conversation about like all the books that obviously these are white teachers picking these books, but all these books that you're teaching, like you're bringing into the classroom, is these are literally books written to teach white kids a lesson. Like that's literally what it all is. It's all trauma. It's all pain. It's
Yeah.
all this struggle that you're trying to portray, and so like that's great, but you as a white teacher are trying to teach other black kids what's in these books. Do you not care? Like, because
Right.
you want to talk about diversity and we should look at other people's point of view, but what about the black kids in the back that didn't have this experience or worse, have had this experience? And now they're trying to get a second lens. You're trying to teach them when they already know more than you. So like why are you even in this middle ground where you get to say, yeah, this is the text we're going to use. This is what we're going to learn today about black people, about Asian people. Like that's not how it's supposed to work. You know what I mean? Like you can learn from other texts. We write fantasy, we write romance,
Right.
all like we don't just write these struggle memoirs about what the
That
fuck happened
part.
to us in 16. That's why I just like you don't. And then there's either we have to read these texts; these are really important, or I don't think kids should be reading these texts. And it's like, but kids was going through them. So
Right.
I mean,
Right.
they're written by somebody who, at this age, went through this
Dealt
thing.
with that. Right.
And every time, it's this whole conversation of like, well, they're too young to learn this. Then nah. If I'm old enough at
No, to experience it,
6,
you
7,
gotta have to hear
8,
about it.
9, 10, for you to treat me different, then you can read it. You'll be fine.
I
You'll
was reading an
survive.
article today, and these ladies, like I think they call themselves the Moms of Liberty, legitimately they don't want to talk about the civil rights movement at all because it's just in the past. We're not there anymore. So it makes kids feel bad. And I just feel like
Ruby Bridges is still alive, bro. Like I don't understand.
right, and that's one of
Out
the
here
books
acting
that
like
they
shit
didn't
bad.
want read was the book about her life that she wrote, and I just was like,
It's like she's not old either. She's like
Yeah,
in her
no, she's
60s.
not old.
like
Like her mama was either still
her
alive
mom
or
like
yeah,
recently
recently
died.
died. Yeah, like it wasn't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like no, I had an aunt. Like my aunt was still. She never left her house for as long as I was alive and knew her. Never left her house. Was terrified to leave her house because she did live through it. And she moved to this small town in New Mexico because she couldn't deal. She didn't know how to deal. She never recovered. So it's like she recently died. So I'm just like, you're gonna sit here and tell me that
Right.
it was in the past? Like,
My
come
grandma
on.
grew up with it, and she recently passed, and she's not that old. Like all the things that when people say certain things, I'm just like, y'all really don't realize how different the worlds are in this
Mhm.
country. Like you really don't realize how different because like you talk about these years and I can't help but think about what people that look like me were going through at the exact same time. It's
And
so
we're still
weird.
going through it. Like it's not like
Right.
there were universities that were still segregated in 2013.
Right.
Between 2000 and 2013, there were a bunch of integrations that occurred in those schools. Obviously, you just like it's not that.
Disney made a whole movie about integrating a freaking high school prom when we were children.
Yeah. See, I don't even know how y'all like the cognitive dissonance that has to happen from what's going on today and what you swear up and down you had nothing to do with 60 years ago. These are 40-year-olds at the youngest talking like
Mhm.
that. So you're 40, it's been however many years, and you're trying to say that the effects of that never touched your life in 40 years.
Mhm.
In all that time.
Man, y'all. So for Black Hoeathon, I started reading the Ancient Nine, and the book isn't even like it's not even really discussing racism. Like there are like aspects of like racism in the thing because it's set in the 80s, but the book is the author like he went to Harvard, so it's so much of like Harvard's history and everything, y'all. The anger I felt just listening to the money that sits in Harvard and Harvard being founded before we ended slavery. So all this money that these families, and these are like centuries of families going to Harvard. So like everybody goes there, and I'm just like and y'all don't like this is money that families have had for hundreds of years.
So like even if the slavery is gone, even if the civil rights
the
act,
effects of it,
the money's still there.
the money is still there.
And it ain't,
that's the issue.
Doing us.
Right. That's my whole point. The money is crazy. They have like vaults of first edition of books of like stuff like that. Like y'all, if you were to read this book and like not ever, because you like Harvard, you don't ever like really get to see it like as much as like if you're not a student there. Right. And so like reading it and listening to like everything that he wrote to just give you the Harvard atmosphere, I was like, this is only one of the Ivy Leagues.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
This is only one.
I'm saying that's one. That's the most storied one, the most mythical
right.
one.
Right.
You're talking Yale, you're talking Stanford, you're talking
right.
And
Princeton.
then you're talking the smaller ones. So like right underneath the Ivy League, you're talking about like Syracuse, you're talking Penn State, you're talking all of these schools that were trickled down from the Ivy League schools because and it's like how do you think that they run? Their sports teams aren't good. You know what I mean? They're not making bowl games. They're not making Final Four.
Ever.
Right. When was the last time you seen Yale? Do you even know what Yale's mascot is? Can you tell me what Yale's mascot is? No. Exactly. Never. So it's like they're not winning nothing, but you have all these other schools. The only reason that they're still above level, like above ground, is because Black athletes are going there to be homeless, go to class, play sports. That's it.
Right.
These kids are living in their cars, not getting paid. We're barely having that conversation right now about paying them now because these kids, like there's one kid in Texas Tech who he was living in his car. His friend offered to let him stay on the couch in his apartment for free. And they took his scholarship away because he said he couldn't take handouts. That it was
the NCAA is, man, the way that I used to have to argue people down about why players should get money, because I was like, what you don't understand is full rides with this type of stipulations only apply to athletes. When you get a full ride for academics, they can give you money for everything and nobody bats an eye.
Yep.
Nobody says anything. It's solely because you play this sport. The reason is they don't want you to leave. And they know that if you get this money, you will leave. That's why I'm so glad there are high school students who are getting shoe deals and everything. Because the truth of the matter is, when you hurt your leg, you hurt your arm, you injure yourself, you're done.
You're done. And they don't care.
The truth of the matter is, the highest degree you could get if you were really doing like work on the team is dang near communications, because you won't be in class enough to get another degree to get you something that's gonna make you money. It's not gonna be a thing.
They don't care. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they don't care. And 9 times out of 10, like if you got all these football players and like, well, I need a tutor, whatever. You're paying tutors to get on the bus and go with you to 3-hour trips, 4-hour trips, whatever. And it's like, did you learn anything from that? Because you're focusing on a game that if you lose or you don't perform in, You are now on the chopping block. They will take
I was
your
a
ass out and they will take your money back. And then what do you have?
I was a basketball
And you gotta think
manager.
about how many black athletes are going to college with their entire family on their back.
Yeah.
If they fail, their entire family fails. Their entire family. Their mama's gonna lose their house. Their brothers ain't gonna go to college. Their sisters are gonna have to work wherever they gotta work. Like nieces, nephews, everybody is now on the chopping block because if you fuck up in any way, that's it.
That's the excuse that everyone uses to not do it again. Because you were the hope. And
Yep.
people don't know what that's like to live like that, to be that.
To have that burden, like you
Right.
literally your whole family on your back. And if you fail, you are now the cautionary tale to everybody who comes after you.
Right.
I tried and he failed, and then look what happened to the family.
Right.
Like, yeah.
I was the first girl born into my family to graduate high school. And I almost didn't because I moved out my junior year and then I got emancipated my senior year and I was working and it was too much to like work and go to class. And I was like, the way Oklahoma works, I don't know about anybody else's state, but the way Oklahoma works, they won't let you take the GED until after your graduating class would have graduated. And I was like, well, you can still get into college with a GED, so I just take it and just go, and like I can still go to college. But because nobody had ever like walked across that stage, it was a huge deal. And so like I stuck it out and I did it. But the conversations about me not doing it were so bad. Me and my grandmother didn't speak for like 3 years. Because her belief was if I didn't graduate high school, I was not going to be shit. And she would not keep that to herself. Like that was her thing. Became the first to graduate high school, the first to graduate college, and every girl after me has done both. So it's like, yay, it's awesome. But to have that pressure, like college wasn't fun for me. College was a job. They were paying me to go to school, so I had to perform. Like it wasn't parties and everything like that. I've never been there. High school was amazing. College was amazing. All they both was work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Working my ass off. Like they were not easy. I was a basketball manager for TU, and it's the smallest D1 in the country. This coach, if they lost the game, they would get back at 3 a.m. and be sprinting and running drills for hours.
And for what? That's
right.
That's too, like for what? Because
killing these kids for what?
That matters too. Because you could be the best player at a D3 school and never get bat an eyelash. And it's worse because like you don't have pro softball.
Right.
You don't have like you want to go to the WNBA. Guess what? Every team only has 12 roster spots. That's 144 spots. Most of them are playing, and most of the players that play in the WNBA right now can do 17, 18, 19 seasons. Most of them have to just to make the money enough to retire because you're going to come here, you're going to play 32 games for the season, you're going to go overseas, and you're never going to see your family 9 months out of the year. That's the only way you can make it work if you want to be a professional basketball player as a woman. Because, and it's not that the money's not there, because again, the NBA is the one that funded the thing in the first place. They said, well, we're going to take it. We're going to have responsibility. Did they have responsibility? No. You still have them having fucking flight plans that get delayed. They can't make it to their games. They got to forfeit because these flight, like you're in layovers for 6-7 hours. They're tired. You got to play back-to-back games from one side of the country to the other side of the country. Like that's why too is like everybody always gets this thing in their head that these players that only play 1 year in college are arrogant. They're full of themselves. They have too much confidence. No. You understand that if they play more than 1 year and
you have a finite time. That's it. Like, you don't get another chance.
If you say, I'm going to stay for another year, you go into sophomore year, you go to practice, that first day, you break something, you tear your ACL, your Achilles heel, whatever, ain't nobody wants you. Unless you are literally the number 1 through 3 player in the entire country. Like that's
And it
how
would
Zion
have to
got away with it.
usually, right? Because usually it has to be for 2 years that you did that too. Because it's not just 1 year. Because they're like, well, maybe it was a fluke. Like it takes stuff. Like it's not at
Which
all
is
that.
why if you get invited to the draft in your freshman year, you better take it.
You
There
better
is
go.
no, if that was your dream, if your dream was to go, if you wanted to complete college, that's a different story because you already had a backup plan. You believe in your backup plan, and that's fine. But if you went to college specifically to get to the NBA, that is a stepping stone. You better treat it as a stepping
As
stone.
the stepping stone.
Do not
Right.
look at it as more than that because it will
Right.
become more than that, and it could take everything from you.
Right.
So it's just like you got to go.
Because the
And
bottom
people don't
line
care
is the
about
schools don't care.
that. Nope, they do not.
They
They
don't.
want to
They
keep you
don't
there,
care.
and they want to make money off of you.
Yeah.
Right.
Because all their donors, all their alumni, all this shit, they're making money off these players, and these players got to sit in there, sleeping in their cars, making it to class just barely, or never in class, and you still got to keep the grades because guess what? That was part of your agreement.
Yeah, if you don't keep
And
your
if
grades,
you have,
you're gonna be cut too.
God forbid, your mental health goes into decline, or
Man,
you know what I mean?
right.
Forget it.
You can't have no feelings.
Nope. Nothing
No.
whatsoever. And it's just like, and that's why people, football players who get concussions, they lie because you can only have so many concussions before they cut you off. They will not take you to the league.
And they
So it's
like, I can't afford that.
And it's just
Well,
like
that, and then like the other thing that gets me about the whole concussion thing with football, they have a whole different scale for black people than they do white people.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
The scale for black people has it so that black people's baseline is already so dumb, so low, legitimately, that whatever happened, you couldn't have went this far, so you're not that bad. And it's like,
so
exactly that.
So ridiculous.
You mean the majority of the league? You mean majority of the league, you made a rule so that majority of the players, right? Because majority of the league looks like us, can't get paid.
Yep.
That just
reeks
of anti-blackness to me.
Right? Isn't that like that that's coincidental at best. You know what I mean? At best.
At best.
Cause it's like, yeah, you're funneling all the, and it's like, what do you hear when you're a little black boy, 14, 15? What do you hear? You either going to prison or you're gonna go play ball. That's it. They don't give you options. If your teacher don't like you, oh well. If they don't want to teach you, oh well.
Right.
You better go home and figure it out. Like there are no options. Like because if you give them a reason, they will call it an excuse, and then they will dismiss you. It's that quick. They don't care. They are willing. They are so excited to get rid of you. They're so excited to have a reason to say he didn't try. He's lazy.
Right.
He's arrogant. He didn't deserve it. There's no good reason. Even if you have all the reasons in the world, they don't care.
Deja's the first woman on the black side of her family to go to college as well.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I see what you said about the college thing. Like, yeah, no, I knew I was going to college. Like at 5 years old, my grandma was like, I was like, what you want to be when you're a girl? I want to be a lawyer. Well, you better be good at school because I can't pay for that. Like that was legit the conversation.
Yep.
So like that was everything about me. Like anybody who knows me and knew me like as a child growing up will tell you like cachet in the books. Like that was the one thing always, because like there was no other way. So like when I meet people and I be like, there's like, oh, I didn't know scholarships were a thing. I didn't know there was a way to pay college without them. What do you mean?
Yeah, or I didn't get student loans. I never got student loans. What? Or I already paid mine off. Okay, you paid yours off, or your
Right,
daddy
you paid it
yours
right.
off?
Like, can we be specific? Who did it?
Who did
First
it?
of all,
Whose name is on the
you
bottom
had a
of the
parent
check?
to sign for your loans. Let's start there.
Yeah, let's start from there.
Because
Let's
I
start
sure didn't
there.
have that.
Yep, let's start there for real.
Oh gosh, yeah. Okay. So I find these conversations so helpful because my mom and dad are both from the hood and they ran. My black mom taught me to hate black culture. I've just started to get past that these past few years.
So here's the thing. I'll be honest. I have never willingly lived in the hood since I moved out of it.
Most
I have
people
not
don't.
went
If
back.
you live there,
I
you do not
don't
want to be there.
I don't move back. But have I been there? Yeah. I've been a volunteer at my old high school numerous of times. Like, I've held fundraisers in my and that's the part that always bothers me, is that like we always give back.
Oh yeah.
But we don't ever want to go back. And like I've always found it weird, like when I meet black people that didn't grow up in the hood and they try so hard to be that. And I'll be like, this is how I know you didn't grow up in the hood, because as a hood person, had I grew up like you, I would not be ashamed of it. Yeah, no, my daddy did buy my car. Sure did. Yes. You want to ride? I can take you somewhere. Like, it wouldn't have been like there's no reason to try to hoodify yourself. Because like we know, like we live different lives and we're okay with it. Like, it doesn't make me feel bad that you had a different life than me. It makes me feel weird that you know you had a better life than me and you're trying to act like you had my life. That makes me feel weird.
Mm-hmm.
Or that you automatically assume that the way that I lived was this like tragic thing because of this specific thing. So like where I lived is now the cornerstone of my childhood trauma, which like, baby girl, I have so much more trauma than that, and it had nothing to do with where I lived.
Definitely wasn't the neighborhood.
Like,
Definitely wasn't the neighborhood.
That's not even the worst part. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, you make these assumptions and we can't even have a conversation about it because you've already got in your head where I came from, what I had to do to get here, who I had to become to get out of where I was. Like, and it's just like we can't have an honest conversation because you think you know me and I don't trust you enough to let you know me. So we can't even have this conversation. Like, we can't even go forward with that. And it's just like, now you fucked the whole game up because all you had to do was come in here and ask a question. And instead you're playing this role for me. Like, why are you playing a role for me? I don't know you. Like, you know what I mean?
Because I know for me, if anything, I feel like growing up in the hood helped me to navigate the world so much better. Like, it's so much harder to get something over on me than like other people that I've met that didn't. Like, I'd be like, you didn't, that sound like he trying to play you. You don't hear that. You know, and then, oh, okay. That's a little different. So, man. Oh,
I mean,
wow.
it gets a lot of work. They do make you jump through some hoops sometimes.
And I feel like for Deja's comment here, it's just like you did work so hard in high school and you were like, and nothing, like no scholarships, like at all. That's
so here's the thing. And this is coming from somebody who, like Adrian, worked in financial aid. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, and I don't know who needs to hear this, parents out there. If your student is a really good student and has been going to really good schools almost their entire time they've been in school, that last year, you do need to transfer them to a school that isn't just as good as the one they've been to, because the number one thing that happens is their GPA goes to the top of the class and it's easier for them to be valedictorian. And it also makes it easier for them to get scholarships because I was homeschooled for 5 years, came back to public school for the last 3, and because of that was able to like maneuver and get majority of my school paid for. But people are so like, my kids have to have the best. And it's like, well, if they had the best for 11 years, 1 year ain't gonna kill you. Especially if you
like,
gave
you gotta
them
think
the
about
best.
the long game. That's
right. You gotta think about the long game. Like, the truth of the matter is you could afford to send them to this school. You can't afford to send them to college. You need to be thinking about how to switch that up. Being perfectly honest, because it's the truth. Like that's how you get national merit scholarships and stuff. Like,
But this is the thing too, is like, and this is the hardest part for me, like what I've always been, because like obviously when you come from these places or you come from, you're underprivileged or whatever, and you have your parents and they look out for you. They want what's best for you, obviously. You know what I mean? But you're always, they're as good as they are looking for the best way to do that. So without, switching up their morals or what have you. And it's like, look, at the end of the day, the fucked up part of it all is this is not about merit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? There's a lot of other strings that are attached to this game that we're playing. Uh, and the people who are willing to throw everybody else under the bus and stomp on them, they're going to keep winning because it's not a fairy tale. Like, if you're willing to do whatever it takes, these people will squash you. They will push you out of the way. They will do whatever they got to do to make sure their kids get whatever it is that they want their kids to get. So it then becomes this thing of, what are you willing to do? How far are you willing to go? And it sucks because we seem to be going deeper into that instead of away from that. You know what I mean? Like having good morals and being a really good person
don't matter.
Those are important, but yeah, when it comes to shit like this, especially for money, it don't matter.
It don't matter.
And it
I don't
sucks
know.
to say that, but it's the truth. Like we're watching it right now as the world turns. You keep taking the high road, it's not gonna get you nowhere.
It's not here.
Like
Like
they have made it
not
so
the
that
way
the
this
high road
setup
don't
is
matter.
right. This system isn't set up like that. I say all the time that taking the high road only matters if the person knows that that's what you're doing.
Yep.
If they see it that way, if
They
they see
don't.
themselves as already on the higher ground, nothing you do is going to be the high road to them. So it doesn't even matter.
Because you have to assume the other person has a conscience, that they have morals like you. If they don't, there is no high road.
Right.
There is you and there is them on this high ass hill where you're trying to get to, and you think, well, I'm gonna take the long way because that's what I have to do to be a better person. But how many people are you sacrificing to that ideal? How many people are you losing?
Didn't we just watch that lady and her husband go to jail because they paid for their kids to get into a school? Y'all, you are currently working as an actress. Like, you're not an actress who ain't getting no money. Like, you were currently in a series
that's still getting royalties.
And still getting royalties. It make sense. But then we got black women who do it for their kids to go to a different elementary school and be in jail for years.
Yep.
I just don't understand.
I mean, you got black women that make real life mistakes. Like they fuck up an address or whatever, or my kid spends most of the time at their grandma's house. It's easier for grandma to get him to school if he goes to school here.
Right.
So we use this address. And now she's in trouble.
Right. The one wrong person finds out and their whole
how you go to jail for that don't make sense.
Yeah,
what they used to do when I was in school, they just kick you back to your home high school and that'd be the end of it. You're going to jail for it? Why?
That's crazy.
To take your kids to school. Like, think about that. Because if you don't get them to school, so if you're trying to go to the school that it's harder to get to and they're missing more days, you're going to jail for that.
Yeah, if your kid is truant, yeah, you can
get that. Yeah. Again, I just me and Nicole were talking about this last night, and I was just like, there are so many things that, like, if you just look at the evidence, it's like super clear. It just really is. Like, how are we 12% of the population and it's such a disproportionate rate in the prison? Also, how are we 12% of the population and we've been here just as long as everybody else, if not longer in some cases? But everybody else grows but us.
Your population's not growing.
Every other population can grow in this country but us? Why? Especially when the narrative is all we do is have babies.
And we have all the government support. We're all on food stamps. We're all on WIC. We're all
even
on
if we were at 12% of the population, we're not making that big of a dent.
Right, exactly.
Like that's the truth of the matter. Even if every black person was,
right,
we still wouldn't be doing that much damage to anything in this country because we're not big enough.
Exactly. That's it.
So like whenever people complain,
that's what I'm saying. Nobody, the people that are in charge, the people who are high enough to make a difference or to relay that message, they don't care.
They don't care.
This is to their advantage.
Right.
And
that's what I said.
You keep sending people up there. You keep sending people up there, and they keep turning your back on us. Well, I can't hear y'all up here. Shit.
Right. Because the truth of the matter is, ending racism in America only benefits black people. And that's not a good enough reason.
Right. Only because literally everybody
else benefits from racism. Everybody else, their proximity to whiteness, gets them every time.
That's it. Look, I grew up in a town, at least 95% Mexican. But because we live so close to the border, as long as you denounced immigration, as long as you denounced people who spoke Spanish, you were white. In our hometown, you were white because there were no white people to tell you that you weren't. Mm-hmm. So all the racism that I went through in school was from other Mexicans. It wasn't from white people. The anti-black racism that I got through the most was from Mexicans. Was from in my family. My mom was darker than me. She's Mexican. She hated that I was black. She hated it. I'm like, that ain't my fucking fault. That was your fault.
Like you did this, not me. Like you made these decisions, not me.
Oh my God.
Whole family, the people who love me the most now that I'm alive, were like, no, just abort the baby. And like, we're not doing this. Did you know that his dad is black? Like, are you aware? Like, now we don't talk about it, but in my face, people loved me the most. In my face, you better not be having no black babies. Don't be dating black people. I'm sitting right there. You're talking to me because you're acting like I'm not black. And for the longest time, I was so confused because I'm just like, well, and then my dad's gone or whatever. So it's like this constant. I'm going through it by myself because there was nobody on the black side of my family to tell me they're wrong. It's okay. Because my dad was of this mind when he was around that like, nah, they don't mean nothing by it, or he was just trying to not piss them off so he could still see me. And it's just like, well, now the damage is done. You know what I'm saying? Now the damage is done. I don't understand how y'all can be the way that y'all are. But now I'm growing up. I'll never go back to that place. But I still got family that I have these conversations with every year. And to confront them and try and make them remember what they said to me, all of a sudden, oh, that's not what I meant. That's not what I was talking about. Really? I was old enough to understand. Like, you can sit here and try to gaslight me if you want to, but it's not gonna work because I know what you were saying. I know that you always mad because of the way that my hair was, because it was hard to deal with, because you didn't want to deal with it. And the only reason that you talked to the black people you talked to is so that they could help with me. Like, that was the only reason.
Yeah.
So it wasn't nothing about, you didn't learn. There wasn't a lesson that was learned after I was born that, maybe black people aren't all thugs that go to prison. No, that's not the lesson you learned. You learned that if you could convince me that I was just Mexican and not black, then you could ignore black people. You could ignore unless you needed them. And now it's just like you have to have these conversations, and it's so crazy because I'm like, I don't know who I would be if I hadn't left home. Like, what if I hadn't left home and unlearned all the shit that I've been taught? Right. Who the fuck would I be today? Like, I don't. I'd be trapped.
That's the number one problem with most people is they never leave home.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So they never get to see the world outside of how they grew up and what they know. So that's their reality. And it's like the world is so much different from that. Like I've had to do the same because like I've grown up in Oklahoma, and like you can't be Black and have grown up in Oklahoma and not be Native American. Like it's not possible.
Yeah.
But the anti-Blackness in the Native American community here is huge. Like my grandmother would tell me stories of her grandmother saying that she didn't want to raise her after her mom was killed in front of her because she was dark. Like you don't want this 5-year-old baby because you think this 5-year-old baby is going to take your man because that's what Black women do. Like, and you say this to a 5-year-old? Like,
yeah, it's wild.
Oh.
I don't even.
That
Like,
never leaves. Like you don't realize that these things never leave kids' minds. No. We never unhear these things.
We wish we could. We really wish we could.
For my cousin to be 3 meant that I had to be 6. I still remember her telling me that she didn't have to clean up because she was light skinned because that's what her mom had told her. Like these are things that like they don't ever leave. And it's just like, and she came from 2 Black parents. Like that's the other part. Like it's just like the craziness of what it is and what we have to navigate and go through.
But you realize how much of it, like for how much of it is put in place, just because you have this weird, this literally, it's not even true. So you have
this irrational fear
that if you just do a little bit more barricading around Black people, the darker Black people especially, that you move closer to whiteness. They don't give a fuck about you. Like I don't understand why they like you think that they give a fuck about you. They don't. They don't. They will, as soon as you stop being whatever it is that they have set you out to be, it's over. It's done. And yeah, coming from like, so my whole family is indigenous Mexican. On the other side, it's like African American, Dominican. And my Dominican grandma was like, you know, all the time. She had, because my cousins on the Dominican side with both Dominican parents would be like, well, we're not Black.
I had to. Right, man.
So, you know, my grandma would be, she got up one day, one year at Thanksgiving and turned to him and was like, ask your white girlfriend if you're a nigga. Ask her right now. Every single one of them got quiet. Because that's who it matters to.
Right.
That's who it matters to. That's the only person who cares. Is a white person. That's the only person that's trying to categorize you. And if you meet their qualifications for Black, it don't matter what you say.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
And
we know this because every minority has a word for the Black version of their minority. Every single one.
The nicknames that I got from my family were so bad. And I didn't notice it at the time. And then you grow up and they're still calling me that at 17, 18 years old. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, for real? Like, for real. Like, y'all are, this is happening right now. Like, we are at a point where I understand why you're calling me that. And you understand why you're calling me that. And you're still okay with it.
Right.
Okay. It's a lot to unpack every single day. Like that shit don't ever end. Cause then somebody packs you something new to unpack.
Right.
You know, the next day, the day after that, like
my suitcase is full.
And keeps getting fuller for some reason. Like, and again, like it's just stuff that's set up. Y'all go through so much. They will go through so much just to put one small barrier, just to fuck a Black person's day up, just for that. It don't mean nothing. It don't do anything for them. It doesn't get them anywhere. It didn't get you a promotion. It didn't get you more money. It didn't get you nothing. And you went out of your way to fuck my day up for what? Because we both could have been working. We both could have been doing something productive. And instead you're over here fucking with me?
Right.
Like that's sad, bro.
Me and my boyfriend were having a conversation and we're like, the truth of the matter is we don't spend all day thinking about y'all. and thinking about how y'all move or anything like that. Like, no, like very rarely in my life was I like, dang, I'm gonna have to outdo a white person. It was like, nah, I'm gonna have to do the best that I can, and I'm gonna have to make sure that I outdo everybody. Like, that was always what it was. And so it's always weird to me, the like obsession with doing better or keeping us from doing better. Like, it's like we don't legitimately think about y'all in this context.
Literally the only reason we have to think about y'all at all is because you are holding our resources hostage. You are holding us hostage in this really small space, and you're acting like a fucking gatekeeper to all these doors. Like, there is enough room for us where I never had to think about y'all. I don't come home and be like, damn, I got to deal with this today, or I got to deal with, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only context where if I got to go do something and I have to be aware of, well, how are you presenting yourself? How are you talking? Who's going to be there? Where are you going? What kind of neighborhood? Like, ain't nobody worried about y'all.
Right.
The reason
Like,
we worry about y'all is because y'all do shit like this.
Right. Stuff that
If
just
you
makes
would
no
just stay
sense.
in your lane, I wouldn't have to worry about where I'm steering. I'm gonna keep in mind if you keep in yours. It is literally that simple. But y'all, ooh, yeah, the obsession is wild to me. Like that is crazy, because they realize though too is like, because they have this fear. Well, if we don't check them, they're coming for all
because the truth is you won't leave us alone. You won't leave us alone. Like, every time we do anything where we're trying to be by ourselves, you do something to infiltrate it. Because you're too scared of what will happen if you leave us alone. Because the truth of the matter is, nobody else has had to come to this country and learn the language and learn the rules and still somehow been able to come out and do all the things. Like, people seem to forget we had Black men graduating from Harvard long before integration ended or started. Like, long before, because we've been able to do this. That's what scares you. Cat Williams did this special for Supreme, and he said, "Dear white people, can I talk to y'all for a second?" He was like, you know that like massacre that y'all are waiting for, that like Black rage to come? Like, y'all been waiting for 400 years, and it hasn't happened yet. Because we're not built that way. Right, because like the truth of the matter is we're not built that way. It would have been happened. It would have.
If we were who you thought we were. If we
were you, it would have happened already. Because as soon as 9/11 happened, y'all was up and over there. So if it had been y'all, America wouldn't even exist right now. Y'all would have burnt this mug to the ground.
Exactly. That's my
point. And you're lucky that we're not like you.
I'm saying, like, the Muslims, you're lucky they're not who you think they are.
Right.
The Black people, you're lucky they're not who you think you are. Because guess what? A lot of Black people are Muslims, and y'all don't ever seem to get that. Like,
that part be confusing me.
Nigga, you know how many Muslims are
Muslim countries in Africa too? Like, it's a lot. Like,
it's a lot. But it's like, but that's the thing. It's because y'all go in, you infiltrate a country, you colonize the country, and then you make rules so somebody can't colonize you. That is the point. You make rules so what you just did to a bunch of people cannot be done to you.
That part.
Yeah, there was an interview there's an interview that I saw where this Black woman was saying, like, you're lucky that we just want equality and not revenge.
Revenge, yes.
Exactly,
so man, that's why I said, like, I was like, here's the thing, and this is why I'm working on Best Served Code, because the bottom line is there's no way in hell that you would kill my child and I not come for you. Point blank, period. Like, these are some Black people that I will never be. They got a relationship with God I'll never have, because I'm telling you, we can clip this and make it go viral. I will end your life if you end my child's. Like, point blank, period. That's the end of it.
That's what it is. Yeah.
That's just the end of it. And the fact that that's never happened, never.
You're lucky.
George Zimmerman is still alive. Y'all are lucky.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the truth is, we got movies, and movies taken happen 3 different times. This man killed people all over the world.
And then he came
we
out in real
praised
life
it.
and said, he said,
Right.
when his wife got bugged, he was like, I immediately thought it was a black person. Nigga, what? And
I wanted to kill every black man I saw. I wanted to kill every black man I saw. I was like, come on.
We're the problem.
Liam, I was rooting for you. Oh, I was so mad. Do you know how many black people went to see Taken? We loved those movies. Same premise for 3 damn movies, and we loved it all. Like we never seen it before. And you came out and said some stuff like that, man.
But that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, y'all, we got you, and then all of a sudden you come around like, nigga, who do you think is giving you money? Who do you think you're making money off of?
Right.
Like, that's what I'm saying. And that's so many people. And that's black people too. Because Kanye did turn around and did the same shit. Like, bro, we had you. We had you this whole time. And you kept fucking up, and we kept giving you chances. And you kept fucking up. And then you turned around and was like, you know what? I'm going to do it for the last time. I'm going to embarrass y'all for the last time. My own community. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to embarrass y'all. And niggas is still going after him. They still haven't learned their lesson. And I'm just like, look, you have all this support. Like, let me tell you, there ain't a lot of us. But when you have our support,
it's
best believe that you got it. That you can get whatever you need out of that relationship. And I've said that before. Black people don't got a lot, but we got enough, and we'll make it enough. If you're one of our people, we'll make it enough. But the moment you step on that, for no reason, just because some other white person was in your ear and said some shit, or told you that, hey, you can get A, B, C, and D if you just turn around and tell these people to fuck off, and you're with that, because love don't mean nothing to you. Respect, loyalty don't mean nothing to you. And you turn around and put a match on all of that. For what? Because now what do you got? Like, now, what do you got? Like, for real, like, what do you got? Like, you still, y'all are still making movies. Now you still, you're still getting money, all this stuff. But guess what? Like, I'm not the one that has to look at you every day.
Right.
Because as soon as you disrespect me, I will never think about you again.
Man.
Unless you literally give me reason to, and y'all continue to try and give me reasons to. Like, I'm just like, why do you want our attention so damn bad? Why?
Right.
Because you could just be quiet.
Right.
And that's it.
I don't know. The way that Kanye turned into his own lyrics baffled the mess out of me. Like, I was like, dude, like I couldn't have saw this coming. Not Kanye. And then J. Cole turned around and started doing stupid stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna have to like pause on a lot of y'all, because this anti-blackness that y'all got is just insane.
It's like, you got you turn into this person that you hated. Like, you turn into this person, because on like 9 times out of 10 when these people turn around, so like when J. Cole turned around, when Kendrick said the shit he said after the R. Kelly mess, like, oh, I'm gonna take my music down if you take his, like, y'all turning on black women first and foremost, and then you have the audacity to be like, follow me, I got my people. Who are you talking about? Like, be since you're talking about cisgender heterosexual black men, that's what you're talking about. You want white supremacy for black men. That's what you want. Like, be honest about that. Be honest about what your goal is. Stop lying to the rest of us, because again, we had you.
Right.
And you decided, I'm going to squander it in any way that I can. I'm going to do it, and I don't care what happens, because, and then you wonder why so many white kids flock to these same people. Why do you think they fuck with you, bro? Because you're not doing what you said you were doing.
Right. You are definitely giving. Right.
Yeah, you are not who you said you were. You were not who you said you were going to be for your people. You were not the hero. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
I saw this video, and it was like a TikTok, and it was like a mixed woman saying how she's not black, she's mixed. and you just need to like accept that mixed is a thing and stop trying to make it black and just it's its own thing. We're not black, we're this. And the other lady was talking, another mixed lady like had, you know how they do on TikTok, like whatever, y'all know, I don't know because I don't have one. But the other lady, she was like, it's weird the way that you talk about this, because like the only people who don't, like, everybody sees you as black. Like, you're legitimately the only person who doesn't see you as black, because other black people see you as black and white people see you as black. They don't see you as white. They will never see you as white. Like, they know that you're not. And when she said that, it made me think of the J. Cole thing, because I never once actively thought of J. Cole as mixed until that No Name thing happened. It never even crossed my mind in all the years I've listened to him, knowing I knew he grew up with his mom and his mom was white. Like, I know these things to be facts, but it never was I'm judging his blackness off of the fact that his mom was white. And when he did that, it was like,
but that's the point, though.
That's the thing.
Yeah, like that's the point. It's like
that's the point.
You keep trying to sell us on this, whatever, like this whole, you're making it more complex than it is to us. And the only reason we simplify it is for your good.
Right.
Like, we're not going to tell you, this is how you qualify being a part of our community, because you lived off the community, you ate off the community,
right?
You got fed with the community, like you came into the community and you said you got us. That's what I'm saying. Is like, you're blaming us for what? For backing you? For supporting you? For throwing our entire weight behind you? Like, we valued your voice, and so we took you in. Like, it wasn't even that serious, because first of all, J. Cole wasn't a conscious rapper when he first came out.
Ever. Never.
Because
never.
So like, why are you acting like you came into this motherfucker as a prophet and we got behind you then? No.
You just had bars and we liked it.
Bangers.
Right. You had bars and we was fucking with him. Like, that was the end of that. Like, no.
And like, I wasn't looking for a prophet, bro. Like, I was looking for a rapper. A good rapper. That's it.
Right.
You had hot tracks. I fucked with you. That's it. It wasn't nothing beyond that. So then to come back and say the shit that you said, like, we all knew that your mom was white, but why would we even base? Because look at the content of your music.
Right.
Do you really want us to take that into thought?
Right. Because it would definitely make me think like,
we would not be on your side, basically.
Right, we wouldn't. Because the truth of the matter is me personally, how I feel about white people aside, that's still your mama. That's still the person who raised you. That's still the family that you had. Like, I don't want those problems and having to deal with the juxtaposition of all that. That's your life. Keep that, because I don't want it. Like, and like, to Deja's point, this is not to be disrespectful, but I've always said, like, I don't think I could ever have lived being mixed. Like, the having to deal with both sides of that and not knowing where you fit and how that fits and having people feel that type of way. Because I remember being in foster care and there were like mixed girls, and I remember being a girl to be like, you're not black. But I would be like, you're not black because you put on the blackness whenever it suits you, and I have to wear this every day.
Exactly.
So when you talk to people this way, but then you're around me and you talk this way, and it's not because you're comfortable with me, it's because you're trying to prove something, it made me feel a type of way. But then again, I was 15 and dumb and saying things that in itself were anti-black without realizing it. And that's the other part of the conversation. Is the truth is, we as black people live in white supremacy. So a lot of things that we do ourselves are also rooted in anti-blackness. And if it's hard to convince us, it's hard as hell to convince y'all.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And
to convince somebody that saying good hair is anti-black, like, period. To ask me if I'm going to straighten my hair for an event to look nice is an anti-black sentiment. But we don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know that.
We don't know that because we wouldn't. We wouldn't know that.
because that's what we're trained to think. We're trained to believe that that's just how it is. Like these are just commonalities, and as soon as we get with the program, we're gonna be fine. And that's just not true.
Right.
That's just not true. Because yeah, it was like this thing with me of having to come out and move away from home and get comfortable with myself as who I was, because my family always made it feel like, well, if you claim the black side, then it's a direct hit to the Mexicans in your life who raised you, to the indigenous family that you have, and then for my black family to just be, they blamed a lot of shit on my Mexican family that what had even nothing to do with race. So like being queer, being, trans, having to deal with that and then blame them. And so there was a whole different issue on this carousel. And I'm sitting here a whole person, like a whole person trying to be, everybody's trying to point at me and say, well, this is your fault and this is your fault. And I'm like, so all of me is bad? Like y'all are trying, like you're forgetting the person in the middle. Like you're forgetting the person that you're pointing at.
Right.
So it's just like to have to unlearn that and then go forward and think, because if I'd be sitting here lying if I said I'd never done anything anti-black or never had anti-black sentence about myself, about other people who look like me. Like, because like I started cornrowing my hair I was 10. So like at 15, I shaved my whole head off, my whole head, like all my hair off, because it was like y'all made me feel so bad, because it was like, well, getting your hair braided like that costs a lot. It's a lot of work. I hate going into the salon. I hate having to do this, blah blah. So I was like, I went to my friend's house, came back to my grandma's later that night. My hair was gone. Was everybody mad? Yes. But here I am, like, look, I was trying to save y'all money. I was trying to save y'all time. Like all you do is complain.
Man,
so I was trying to help you.
And the way people don't understand that, because that's what we do as kids. If you complain about something we're doing, we just think don't do it.
Right, exactly.
To stop the complaining.
And I didn't want to tell you, hey, can I cut my hair? Because then you would have to pay for the haircut.
Right.
My friend said, hey, look, come to my house. I'll shave it for free. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. And like, we had a talent show the next day. So I'm like, let's go do that right now. Let's do it before the talent show. And it's just like, now y'all mad at me for what? Not me realizing like it was me being trans. That was now the problem. And presenting that way. I thought y'all were just bad because I shaved my hair off. But so I have to go through that. And it's just like you being away from home taught me a lot. But there was still so much I had to learn, because then I had to learn, even though I've accepted that I'm black, I still don't have the same experiences as somebody who's black, like not mixed black. So I still have to present my experience for what it is, which is as a biracial black person, as Afro-Latino, as, indigenous Mexican and black. So those things have to be true. And I have to be able to represent those without stepping over the toes of everybody in my intersectional community. That shit ain't easy, because then you have to look at, what that means for you in being in those spaces and talking to those people, et cetera, et cetera. But do you have to do it? Yes, you have to do it, because otherwise I'm fucking somebody else up.
Right.
Like I'm stepping on somebody else's toes, and then we're right back where we started from.
Right. No, because I tell people all the time, like being dark skinned has definitely colored my experience. Like I would surround myself with dark skinned people. I like very rarely would I have a light skinned friend. Like I refuse to. Not because I didn't like light skinned people or anything like that, but because everybody around me, when there was a dark skinned person, they were almost always surrounded by light skinned people. And it was like, you can't be around dark skinned people because too many dark skinned people is bad. And so I refused to be that way. Like that was just me. And I had to come to terms with that it was colorism that was affecting me to make me feel and act negatively towards other black people. Even if I wasn't rude, I still felt something. And that was like an internal thing that I had to work on. But it's not a conversation that we ever have, right? Because we don't talk about the fact that the jokes are, with every pretty light skin, there's always that dark skin friend. Like, we don't have like, oh, you the Kelly of the group. We don't talk about those conversations as if Kelly's not a beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
As if she's not talented in her own right. Like, it's so much of that I realize now at 30 colored the way I talked to that girl at 15, colored the way I felt about her at 15, right? But it's not, again, part of like what I said in the prior chat. Like, I love that we're having these conversations because we don't talk about these things. We don't talk about how choosing light-skinned people over and over and over reinforces that light-skinned is better. So for me, I didn't want to date light-skinned dudes. No lie, for a long time, I would dog light-skinned dudes that tried to talk to me because I felt like that's what they deserved because they were light-skinned, because they would dog dark-skinned chicks. So if you actually happen to like me as a dark-skinned chick, well, I'm going to make up for all the dark-skinned chicks you done wrong.
And then there was always that thing of like, oh, well, you're pretty for a dark skinned chick.
For a dark skinned chick.
It always had to be that.
You're the only dark skinned chick I've ever dated.
Right. Because it always has to be there. That's what I'm saying. Right. So why is it there? Why is it there in the first place?
Of like, you know that's like the sentence should just end like you're pretty.
You're
pretty.
It's like impossible for them to put that stipulation. Like it's impossible for them to end the sentence at that. Like it's possible. And like I realized very young that it was very obvious that I was mixed, right? Because then it was always a thing of like, oh, you have really nice hair. Like, oh, I know black people had this nice hair. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just like you're saying that to me, but I just left a house full of Mexicans with really nice, silky, native hair, and they got to deal with me, and my hair takes 3-4 hours for them to do what it takes an hour to do with my sisters or 15 minutes to do with my brothers. And it's like I'm not getting both sides of that conversation because there's no balance. When you get a compliment, a negative, and a positive, there's no balance. It doesn't balance each other out because now you feel bad, right? About the positive, and obviously the negative is meant to make you feel bad. So then it became, I very quickly, especially going into college, so going into UNLV, which their biggest thing is we're the most diverse campus in the nation. Yeah, you are, but guess what? Black people don't talk to other black people here. Hispanics don't talk to Mexicans, Latinos. They're different here, where everybody else in the world cannot see the difference between a white Hispanic and a Latino. They know the difference here. And then we have a lot of Hawaiian students, so we have a lot of either mixed Asian or just Polynesian, and they don't fuck with nobody on campus because this isn't. You're diverse. You have the numbers. Nobody talks to anybody here. Nobody's in community. Everybody starts their own little group and sticks to their little group. The people who came from Hawaii stick with the people from Hawaii. The black folks, there's two black folks. There really is two, because then you had the people who were in the fraternity, so the Divine Nine over here, and then you had the ones that were in primarily white fraternities, sororities, and they were two different. And then you had the ones in the middle who were running, the Black Lives Matter and the other school like groups that we had. And sometimes there was some overlap, but most of the time they don't fuck with each other. They don't talk to each other, and you don't really know why. You just know that's how it is. And me being a non-traditional student, like I was already 24 when I went. I'm not fucking with these kids.
Right.
I'm not about to have these conversations. Like I'm not here to get into your drama, bro. Like we're not in high school. Like I don't know what y'all are doing, but you need to cut shit out.
Right.
Because and multiple times at this school we had threats. We had when the 2016 presidential election. We had "Death to Blacks" written on the bathroom. We had flyers printed out, thrown all over the library. You think they let us out of school? You think they cut classes? Nah. It was a letter from the president. We feel really bad, but go back to class. Wow. And that happened at least 3 times in the 5 years that I was at UNLV. So it's just like, you want to talk about yes, we do have shared experiences because at the end of the day, yeah, we're all black. The people at the top are the ones that get to make that distinction. They're going to put us all on that sheet so they can get their numbers, make sure you're the most diverse campus in the nation. They don't care what that means, what kind of responsibility comes with that. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with we have the numbers, so we get to call ourselves that. And that's when diversity became this crown that you got to wear
Right.
without doing the work. Because that's what y'all
That
want.
part.
Y'all want a little seasoning on a big white canvas. You don't want a brown canvas. You don't want a black canvas. You want a little
Right.
bit of paint speckled all over your white picture. So you can say, I did the work. No, you didn't. What did you do? Like, what did you do for real? We got here on
Right.
our own. We came here. We
Right.
decided to come into this picture. What did you do for us when we got here? None.
There was a comment that Deja made that I wanted to speak on, and she was talking about defending her blackness. So this is something I feel like we don't talk about. I don't know a black person who hasn't had to defend their blackness to other black people. Like, period. Like, I've had to defend my blackness as dark as two full black parents growing up in the hood. And I feel like nobody talks about this. And so a lot of biracial people feel like they're the only ones that have to do this. Like, nah, when I speak and I'm like not saying be and doing and da 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 da, and I'm speaking that way, I genuinely would be like, oh, you not black. Oh, you not black. Oh, you can't be talking like that. Oh, you must want to be a white girl. And I feel like it goes back to anti-black sentiments that have been passed down through generations and generations. I think it comes from uh, not understanding why people choose and when people choose to code switch. I feel like there's a lot of different things that come with this. So I just wanted to make sure I commented on that to say, like, I don't know a black person who has not had to have their blackness accepted by other black people at some point in time. And I don't think we talk about it enough for people who do come from biracial homes to know that. Because again, like, grew up in the hood and still got tested. Like, still would be like but is you or is you ain't type of thing.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure I said that because, yeah, no, and I know that sucks. Like, I know it sucks. Like, especially because, like, my grandmother, she owned her own business, and so she sold African, like in like genuine African stuff, like would get it shipped in and stuff from like Nigeria and things. So majority of my childhood, I wore African clothes. My grandmother had locks. I got locks when I was in elementary school. Like, so, did African dance class 3 times a week. These were all things that were part of my life. Grew up learning Swahili words. So I wasn't black. I was African. But no, I'm black. Like, my grandma was born in Dallas, Texas. My grandpa was born in Kansas. Like, I'm black. So just to say, there are so many things within our community that does go back to one, education, generational trauma, like that, and white supremacy and what it tells us, right? Because most black people I know haven't read Dr. Carter G. Woodson and haven't read Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. And if you read those things that those men wrote in 1900s, that would be how we were talking at that time. Because at that time, for black people, when we were talking to white people, we were trying to show we could do this and do this better than you. We not over here stupid. And because we don't have those conversations, you think that not talking like that makes you more blacker. Why?
Yeah, why? That's
Why?
why. And I know it's like, I guess a lot of it really is like, well, to some extent, it is fear because you don't have that leadership. We have a lot of false messiahs now. You know what I mean? You don't have that leadership that tells you like you're so afraid of trying to beat them at their own game. And I get that because we've been beaten back a lot. But at the same time, it's like, if we keep, fighting amongst each other, trying to weed out each other, what's going to get done? Like, if everybody wants to talk about, nothing's getting done, we're not going nowhere. But why?
Right. And that's what I've said. I've said, like, we are the only group of people in this country that there has been something done systemically to keep us from uniting every time. Like, every time. Like, y'all sabotage Marcus Garvey's ships and sent that man back to Jamaica. Like, legitimately, we're like, we got these boats. We just gonna get on them and go back to Africa. And y'all was like, nah, you can't do that. Don't go nowhere. And you need to leave because you got them trying to leave. Like, this is history that we don't get taught.
Mhm.
Like, I remember being in college and people really going around campus telling people to go back to Africa.
Yep.
Like, you're not from here too, right?
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. But it's like systemically everything. Y'all infiltrated the Black Panthers. Y'all infiltrated NOI at one point in time. Like, everything.
Yeah,
because
and
your
that's
biggest
what I'm saying,
fear is
like,
what happens if we do unite.
and then what do we learn on the other side of that? So if there is not a white man to make sure we don't get riled up, another nigga's gonna do it. Because somebody always steps in like, hold on, y'all. This is a bad idea. Why? Because you think they're gonna give you special privileges if you keep us in line?
Right.
Like, get out the way. If you don't want to come, go ahead, but get out the way. Like, why are you? What have they promised you
Right.
that makes you so certain they're not gonna throw you down a hole too? Like,
Right.
what makes you honestly believe that for some reason they picked you out of every motherfucker in this entire group of people?
Right.
They picked you. You're special now.
Right.
If you just hold your hands up and say, stop, y'all. Just stop. Nah, man. Like, that's the thing. It's like, y'all think y'all are so afraid of what could happen if we did get together that y'all break it up before a white man gets to it.
Y'all will. Right.
And it's just like, nah, just let that shit happen. Like, if something bad happens, we're literally at the same place we were 20 minutes ago.
What changes?
What do you have to lose? Like, really, what do you have to lose? Like, yeah, now it's a little different because obviously you got Black people in mediocre jobs and medium levels of power. But it's like at the bottom, at the base, there's still enough of us. So why are y'all so scared?
Right.
Like, why do you turn and start fights before something can pop off? What are you so afraid of?
Right.
But and so I mean, it really does get hard to watch like other, Black people get in this habit of upholding, like they are so dedicated to upholding white supremacy and the systems that it's carved out, and y'all are just so scared. Like, why?
Man, because like the thing is that it's ingrained in everything we do, right? Like, so think about it, like the try telling an American that democracy is bad.
Yeah. It won't listen. I mean, try telling them anything that in this country is bad. Try telling America that America is bad.
We've been conditioned that if the majority votes for it, then that's good, right? Like, because that means we're pleasing the most people, except for the fact that you've done something systemically to keep a majority. Mm-hmm. You've legitimately never allowed for the majority to change.
Like, nobody understands why. Like, y'all know, nobody has ever stopped to ask why it is so pertinent when somebody gets out of prison that they can't vote ever again. Like, nobody has ever stopped
or
to question
why prisons are in areas where more affluent people live, because that's how they count population. So these prisoners who can't vote.
So why do you get to be part of the population but you can't vote?
Right.
Exactly. So why do you
and
get
more
to be a
money
member?
goes to that neighborhood?
Yep.
Because there's more people living there, technically. Except for
Exactly.
the fact that we know that, y'all really not living. Like, it's ridiculous, like, when you think about it, right? Or the fact that, like, when you think about, we didn't have citizens arrest until the middle of the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Civil arrests weren't a thing until 1863. And they became a thing where? In the South first.
Yep.
Or about how the number of laws started to grow exponentially after the Civil War.
After the Civil War. Because everything
everything became illegal.
When you were loitering,
Yep.
vagabonds,
at dark after a certain time.
Yep.
Can you imagine, right? Going to jail because you didn't read a sign that told you that you couldn't be here when the day before you weren't allowed to read.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like
jaywalking.
Right. These things became a thing.
Yes. You'll see like the states in the South, and then a little further up, like they have the dumbest laws. And then people will make jokes about them, like, "Oh, this is
the dumbest laws.
Why do they have this law?" But dude,
Oklahoma has a law that you can't do hair in your home.
Yeah, see,
right? Because what were black women doing? Hair in the home.
And it's like, it's funny to y'all, but you do not realize the kind of havoc that is reaped on black households for these dumbass laws.
Right.
Because legality has never, ever been equal to morality ever in its life since the inception of law. Because back then there was 4 laws: you don't kill, you don't steal, and probably more, you don't steal other people's property, and even like, because then your wife, your kids, your livestock, they were all the same thing. They were on the same level. And so it's like, yeah, all these laws came into because they needed something to put niggas in prison for.
For sure. Because like the law was you could only be a slave if you were in prison. So we just got to give you reasons to be in prison. Like that was it.
And it's still working to this day. Like, why
the government made money leasing convicts to farmers. So you would legitimately still be a slave that someone is getting paid for you to work on this land.
After already getting reparations for loss of property,
right,
when they let the slaves go. So you paid these men not reparations for the people that they enslaved. You paid them for loss of property. What? It's amazing. It's just like the game that America has run since its inception. You got to give it to them.
Man,
they've done an amazing job.
Man, when I said, y'all, only America could go to Puerto Rico and be like, we're here to protect you from somebody else coming and taking over, but we gonna do it to keep somebody else from doing it. And like that's just how that's what it happened.
That's really how they work. They go to war for shit that don't need to be gone to war for. They're going to protect shit that don't need protecting from.
I will never forgive the American government for making me hate my parents for being drug addicts. I will never forgive them for that. Because you taught me that drugs are bad. And that drugs are horrible. And that drugs are the reason that my parents aren't in my life. When the truth is, this motherfucker did a whole goddamn war that they told you not to get in. And you brought drugs here. My parents didn't even live in a state on a coast. We live in a landlocked state. They not just flying drugs to Oklahoma like that. Like, let's be real.
And that's just another lie. They're not really like, and everybody, it's just that shit too, is everybody knows the truth and nobody's willing to do nothing.
Nobody does anything about it. And then to think about the fact that these things happen like only a couple decades before I'm born. We don't get taught these things in school. You literally are taught George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and whoever the president is when you're in school. And that's the end of the conversation. And you probably do one report in elementary school over one random president, and that's the end of it. But are you like, these are whole wars that they made a rule for you not to get involved in that you did, and then the next president pardoned y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a cycle. Like, you got it. You got it.
You got it. There's nothing we can do. Democrat or Republican, y'all got it. Good night, good morning. I know, right?
You're right. It's really fuck.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, we're
Right.
having a really great
I
conversation.
know we gotta go. You gotta go to bed. You got work. We sorry. We sorry. We sorry. Aria, this was meant to be. This was meant to be. This is meant to be.
You was right. You was right.
I'm so
Nicole's
tired.
on CP time for a little bit. It's okay. It's okay.
I just love like hearing like your perspective. I love it. It's like, even though like I didn't provide much to the conversation, I'm like, yes, riveted.
You did what you were supposed to do as an ally, making space. That's what you were supposed to do.
Thank
That
you.
was what you were supposed to do. Everybody, all white people take notes. That was what you were supposed to do.
Can we just also shout out the fact that she didn't call herself an ally?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Can we
like,
shout that out?
that's it.
Because if we're being technical, you can't call yourself an ally. That person has to choose for you to be their ally.
Exactly.
China don't be like, I'm an ally to America and it makes it so. I'm sorry. Ally has been bothering me for like the last year. Like, y'all
bothering me for
y'all determined that y'all are for, like, how? Because you put Black Lives Matter in your bio? Girl, stop. I can't.
Like, yeah, I fully like you as a white person, I cannot call myself an ally. Like, I can't give myself that title because it's not mine to give, you know? So it's.
And this is why I fucks with Nicole.
Right. We fuck with Nicole. We fuck
I
with
love
Nicole.
you guys.
Man, for sure.
Oh, geez. I love you all.
You're awesome. And you kicked NaNoWriMo's ass. What?
Yeah, you did. You did that. You did all that.
All right.
I did all that.
And then, so last night gonna say, I only read 10 books, read 19, and then go tweet in the morning, I gotta hurry up and finish this other book so I can get an even 20. Girl.
I did do that, though.
You did. I did. I saw it. I was like, I didn't even think I got 10, but now I'm going to get 20 because that's just Nicole. I love it.
You deserve all the things, Nicole.
Stop.
For
You
sure.
did it.
You did.
Oh, she finds the most random Black romances.
Man.
You know, sometimes I do a deep dive. I'm like, I'll find the most like niche, and I'm like, I will find. There is a Black romance out there in this little niche, and I will find it.
Man, the way you did that for Black Hoeathon, man. Man.
That's like horror erotica, Black romance, found, done.
He was like, I'm gonna find it. If there's a will, there is a way, aka Nicole.
And I read nearly all of her books. Not all. She has that author has a bunch, but I read like 9. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Great conversation. I'm glad I could be a part of it and listen and hear your experiences. Thank you for sharing.
But you find me on Twitter, okay?
Yeah, I'm already on Twitter looking for you now. Like, let me add him. Like, we are gonna be friends now. I needed this in my life. Oh, see, there you go. I got open YouTube. You know, it's right there on TV.
All right, I love you all. Have a great night.
Love you. Good night, everybody.
Nighty night.